Greetings all. We are in session. Welcome everybody. Okay, Mr. Manager, what we got on deck first?
Well, the first two items are city council discussion topics and guidance topics. The first would be Cavalier Shores parking discussion. So I would defer to any council members that want to grab the football and trot down the field with it, or sprint down the field. We sprint.
Play defense.
Yeah, or play defense. Yes, sir.
Or knock it out of their hands.
Want me to take the serve and the tennis player?
I will say that we did do some work for you all. You have this item here, and we're prepared to go to the first chart and give you kind of a summary, which Kathy Warren, our SGA administrator, could do that.
Oh, thank you.
And that's kind of a lead-in. Is that acceptable to you all?
Absolutely.
Sounds good.
Mr. Mayor? Yeah. Is that acceptable? So I'll let Kathy walk us through this matrix, and then we'll give you a survey of what we see out there in the parking, and she'll pick up on that Mr. Rob Fries, our parking administrator, did. And then we'll talk a little bit about trying to help the neighbors in 3 different ordinances that you have today. One that was promulgated by the Cavalier Shores, one which the staff put together as a pilot, and then Mr. Nygaard, you've got an action in here as well.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. The first slide that we'll go through today, this is just a comparison that we put together of the 3 items for consideration this evening. The first item is the request that came in from the Cavalier Shores neighborhood back in 2017. We refer to that as the RPP revised operating hours, starting at 5 p.m. till 6 a.m. As you know, the current RPP program starts at 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. The terms for this program here are, this is only pertaining to Cavalier Shores. It's the same as the existing RPP with 2 exceptions. Again, the start time would be at 5 p.m. as opposed to 8 p.m. and no employee parking. This would operate 7 days a week. There's no end date to this program. And the mechanism for admittance into this program is that you must be within 1/2 mile of a parking meter, must be contiguous streets, 75% of the property owners must sign a petition for the program, and any change to the existing RPP requires council action. The enforcement for this program would be under the City Parking Management Division, and the cost to the city would be minimal. The second program for consideration was the 3-hour, 24/7 pilot parking program. This again is only being considered for Cavalier Shores. Must have a permit to park in the zone more than 3 hours. Those without permits are only permitted to park in this zone for a 3-hour period of time during the 24-hour period. And then again, this operates 7 days a week. The expiration was proposed to be 3 years. This does require council action, and it's tied to the uniqueness of Cavalier Shores as a state-designated historic area. Again, enforcement here would be with the City Parking Management Division, and again, the city cost is minimal. The third item for consideration tonight was brought to you by Councilman Nygaard. This is a temporary construction permit parking program, or TCP3. It's proposed as a citywide program. You must have a permit to park in the zone more than 3 hours. Those without permits are only permitted to park in the zone for a 3-hour period of time during the 24-hour period, and it would operate weekdays only. It's proposed to expire after 1 year, and it may formally request admittance into this program after showing an undue hardship from adjacent construction. It does require council action and then a subsequent resolution. The enforcement here, being that this is a citywide program, at this time is unknown. Parking management would have to research this program further to come up with a plan for enforcement. Currently, parking management only enforces at town center and the resort area. And then for city costs, additional resources required for enforcement outside of the resort area or town center again, and that we would have to study this further. The next slide, after our last meeting a month ago, parking management went out and conducted surveys. These are the results from 3 days, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, February 12th, 13th, and 14th. And you can see each hour, we conducted counts of the spaces that were occupied on each street, 43rd Street, 44th Street, 45th Street. It's important to note that the highest occupancy rate that we got was 86%. This was at 11 a.m. on a Tuesday, and you'll see that it quickly drops to 63% at 12 o'clock p.m. that same day. The highest average occupancy was 67%, and this pretty much flows the same way each day. By the time you get to about 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it drops significantly. And then just some of the other pictures that we had. We just wanted to show you, we went through and we did take pictures as requested of the parking pads that are located off of the alleys behind the homes. Several pictures here. And then some of the spaces available on the actual streets. And these were taken again on various days, but they were always around the 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock range. Late morning, early afternoon.
So I'll jump in here on this one. As this conversation has developed, and the potential for inserting a change to the use of public on-street parking in the Cavalier Shores neighborhood, I asked the team to figure out a way to find 50 parking spaces that could be temporarily created until such time as the parking garage at the Marriott would come online, be substantially complete enough that we could issue a temporary occupancy certificate so that those construction workers could leave the neighborhood or leave any public parking and move on the site and have be self-contained in the construction project. We took a look at a myriad of different places of where we might find 50 spaces. One of the considerations that we do have in play is the realignment of Atlantic Avenue. This, of course, would be closed off to a cul-de-sac, and then they'd be coming up 40th Street. As you know, the city did the design. When this construction begins, now that it's been brought to my attention that Dominion Power has agreed to an alignment of their telephone poles or their power poles, and once that's been completed, then this work on this intersection will begin first. You cannot close Atlantic Avenue until this has all been done. In order to close this, you're going to have to close this northbound lane because they're going to be doing construction in the intersection. The phase-in of that closure begins about here. It preserves 4 spaces that are here. It'll create the ability, since that lane will be closed, to add these additional parking spaces here. And then once you get outside that construction, we'll resume the 2 lanes down here. We would take advantage of existing spaces here up until the construction would remove those, and we would reserve these to get to 50 if that's the number that we really need to have. There would be adequate signage, large, what do you call those digital message boards? Is that the, okay. Indicating that outside lane closed, on-street parking for construction only, and that would it would dual serve two purposes. First, the requirement to close that for the construction that'll be going on as far back in here with Dominion Power construction in the intersection. It would give relief to our subcontractors, many of which are Virginia Beach residents that have Virginia Beach licenses that are supporting the construction work for this project, that they would have an opportunity to be in close proximity to the construction that they currently have. And it would be temporary, as I said, until such time as the parking garage would come online. And then we hopefully would conclude this construction at the same time, and we'd be able to open up the outside lane and return to normal 4-lane traffic. But we wouldn't close or divert, we would just constrict. We'd put up probably a 25-mile-an-hour zone for folks that are traveling northbound to reduce traffic, since there will be a lot of construction as well as on-street parking with our subcontractors. So that's a temporary solution that would be for the council to give me some approval to go ahead and initiate that. As I said, we still have to close that lane for that construction when it happens.
David?
Kathy, could you come up for 1 second? Do you mind going back to the previous screen? No, sorry, keep going, to where you had the three outlines. There you go.
Yes.
Under the cost to administrate, is there, I don't see why it would cost more to administrate the resolution for Cavalier Shores than the first two programs. Is there?
It would not for Cavalier Shores. We were looking at it from the perspective of if there is a neighborhood, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. But as far as the Cavalier Shores resolution, there's no additional cost to, if we pass that today than the other
Correct.
two? Okay, I
Correct.
just wanted to clarify that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Barbara?
Did I see
And Rosemary.
something that said that that garage would be available for the temporary occupancy by June?
There is a desire. I can't guarantee that with the weather. I don't even have a guarantee they'd be done with the intersection by June.
We're not talking years, we're talking months.
Yes, it's critically important to him to get it done, and it's critically important for us to get that street construction done and get that road open.
Hey, Rosemary?
So, David and I attended the RAC meeting on Thursday, and they, with great effort, went through all of this, and Kathy, you were there too. I mean, they spent an incredible long time, and they had a lot of questions, and I think all of you got that in your package. And, I mean, they're good questions. What current projects are underway to be grandfathered? What's the criteria? Do we have answers for these?
So the questions revolve around the temporary construction permit program, and we do not have all the answers to those questions yet.
Do you have answers to any of them?
No, because the program, if it went citywide, there's a lot of things that we have to define as part of that program that have not been defined yet, and we would have to do that. One of the answers to the questions was the fact that we would deal specifically with each neighborhood in the resolution. And that's what would answer any specific issues directly related to that neighborhood.
I mean, I think the 1 year is a much better choice than 3 years. We're doing something citywide, and there's questions, and we don't have answers for them yet.
I don't think that we can anticipate, I mean, I authored the resolution. I don't think we can anticipate all the questions, and I don't know that we need to. I think that the fact that it's a program that would be available to any neighborhood, I think makes it more equitable. I think we need to treat Baker Road the same way we treat 43rd Street. And so that the ordinance would be available to any neighborhood that needs it. But it also can be flexible enough in terms of the resolutions that would follow it. I mean, essentially, it's 6 members of council will ultimately decide how that, if this is applied to another neighborhood. Hopefully, it wouldn't have to be applied to another neighborhood. Hopefully, the fact that this ordinance is in place will be a good kind of assurance that the developers will be good neighbors. And I think going forward with developments, I think the planning department has already said that they're going to address parking on some of these major projects in the planning. In this case, I think the horse has gotten out of the barn. And on the one hand, I think we need to provide a reason to get them out of the neighborhood, which my resolution does. And then on the other side, it gives them a place to go. Quite frankly, my son is one of the workers that's going to be affected by this. He lives in Virginia Beach, pays Virginia Beach taxes, and you know, I think we need to look after some of these workers as well. And I think the ability to have a place for them to go and a reason for them to not park in the neighborhood, I think is really the answer.
Hey, Louis.
I have a question on your proposal, David, and that is this, the expiration date is 1 year. And, I mean, this job that's going on out there is not gonna be finished in a year. And in fact, they're probably gonna start the second hotel as soon as they finish the first one. And so it's gonna be an ongoing issue for, my guess, 5 to 6 years at least, something like that. So, I mean, are you flexible on that time frame?
So here's my thought on that. Let's evaluate it after a year. If they need to extend it, we can extend it. There's 6 votes of council to extend the resolution after a year. In the meantime, hopefully the garage will be online. And I think we need to be very careful on how we privatize public streets. And I think we need to be careful not to do that, and to not set that kind of a precedent. So I think that a lot of beachgoers use these streets at the north end, and I think we have to consider that as well. So I think let's give it a year, and then if we need to renew it, there's no reason we can't renew it if there's continuing to be a problem.
I hate to have to go through this again.
Well, amen.
That's all for now.
Okay, Barbara.
Well, my question was the same as Lewis's, because, you know, the 1 year may not be enough, but if we had that opportunity to revisit it and extend it on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah.
But I'm looking ahead, and I think we got a comment from another neighborhood that, you know, is anticipating if we do the dome site, that the same kind of issues are going to arise in those communities. And that's what appeals to me, is having an opportunity in place to address other neighborhoods that, you know, may have the same situation. But again, I mean, that project's certainly going to be longer than 1 year.
Sure, and the resolutions can be crafted in such a way to answer those. We could craft it in a way where it would sunset after a certain occupancy permit is completed. So the future resolutions can be, you know, however we really want to craft those. With respect to the dome site, the developer has said that they have a plan for their construction parking, and I think that's great. But the nice thing about that is that we still have this thing kind of hanging over their head. It's out there as a preventative measure, so we can always come back to it.
Hey, John.
With regard to the dome site, since we have not come to an agreement with them, we only have a term sheet. Whatever we adopt, we can make our parking conditions and all those part of what we approve, which is much stronger than an ordinance, because that means that they don't do it, they're violating the contract, which they probably don't want to do. So I think that's, whenever we have municipal projects, I don't care, we now need to think of parking, whether it's a rec center or whatever we're doing, if it's a city project, we should be looking at that and assessing that, and that should be part of the contract terms, and we shouldn't have to rely upon an ordinance to do that. So I think we have time to think about things that are gonna apply to the private sector. And I think the private sector needs, getting back to Bobby's point, more chance to share with us their thoughts. But when it comes to public projects, which most of the things at the beachfront are going to be, big investments, we can do that. And matter of fact, I'm sure we're going to. I'm pretty positive. As far as I've heard, they were looking at that, so that's part of their plan from the start, which means that will be incorporated into their costs from the start. And that's the best way to provide the right protection to those communities, whether it be SeaTac or Old Beach or wherever, Shadow Lawn, wherever that might be. That's, I think, the best way to protect them is in our actual contractual agreement that we make with those parties. That's just my thoughts.
Hey, Sabrina?
I just have a question to make sure I understand. The temporary construction permit, it says it's, as far as enforcement is unknown, and parking management only enforces in resort and the town center, so it's not enforceable. Is that what we're saying?
So for
here?
Cavalier Shores, we know what it'll take to enforce, and it falls under the same category of the top two. There's a minimal cost, we will do it with license plate reader technology. Because our program only operates in town center now and at the resort, if this is a neighborhood out of those two areas, we have to look at that and determine what it would take to enforce there.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else at this point? Okay, thank you very much. Oh, anybody? David?
I did want to just make it clear that the RAC, I think Rosemary mentioned this, but the RAC kind of vetted these three. They were opposed to the first two. They were opposed to any kind of unraveling or changing of the RPP program. And they were opposed to the second option, which was the historic designation. They were opposed to that because, again, it unravels the RPP. It applies to both the 100 and 200 block. The 100 block of Cavalier Shores is already in the RPP, and the RAC vetted both of these projects and were opposed to both of them. I think that's important to know.
Okay. Okay, Barbara?
Even if we were to adopt this, I hope we would still have the option that, you know, as soon as that parking garage on 34th Street is available, that it would have the temporary occupancy, so it would really move them out of the community at that point as much as we can. And if that's only a few months away, that would be my preference. So I hope that'll still be an option.
John?
Just want to remind people, obviously, I didn't vote for the Cavalier project, people know that. But the people came down there from the RAC who supported it know the commitment that the council made to that community when they didn't oppose it. And the reason why they didn't oppose it, because this body at the time made a commitment that should there be dysfunctional effects on their neighborhood, we would fix it. We didn't say one size would fit all. We, this body, put their moral authority behind saying we would fix it. They've now said, I don't know if they should get 3 years, maybe 1 year is enough for that to see how it works. But they said that. And the RAC supported that. This isn't even in the geographical boundary of the RAC if you look at how their jurisdiction is, even though that one street, but those streets are not in their jurisdiction that they have. But I think this bigger point is that we did make, this body did make that moral commitment. You can go back and watch the video, you can look at the minutes, and I think that they deserve a solution that works. They said a pilot, I wouldn't be willing to give it 3 years, because I think that's a long time, but what's 1 year, it's easy to do, not a lot of cost. Let's see how it works. Gives us time to vet these other policies and find out what stakeholders think in the private sector. At the same time, summer is coming. And that impact and those usages in those neighborhoods is going to substantially increase. And I don't think that the fact that we have this RPP is a sacrosanct thing, that if you do this, we didn't put a Cavalier Hotel development in every single neighborhood at North Beach. And we didn't make a commitment to all those people for what we would do if they would support that project. So I just think we have a moral obligation to try what they have proposed, but we'll have a chance to debate that outside and vote.
Hey, Aaron?
Have we explored the shuttle buses? Have we explored that option? Have we explored busing workers in and out? I just want, was that a discussion previous council had, shuttling construction workers?
I don't recall that.
I don't recall that.
Is that an option?
Wouldn't that be,
Okay.
wouldn't that be the developer's responsibility? Sorry, my throat. Yeah, so that would be, okay.
So is that still an option, David? I mean, are we open to that? I mean, do we explore that option to bus these workers in from have them park somewhere else and then have a shuttle come in? That way we won't have to.
I don't know that we can legislate a shuttle. That's gonna be a problem. How do we legislate a shuttle? And who pays for the shuttle?
I mean, developer would pay for the shuttle.
How do we legislate that? I don't know how we would do that.
Okay. Rosemary?
So my question is, if we do this temporary construction for 1 year, how does that affect your plan, Mr. Hanson, with the on-street parking and,
It's fine.
will you do both, or you do?
Yes, ma'am, you do. You're enacting a constriction of current usage on public streets. You're pushing small businesses and construction businesses out of the neighborhood. You're giving relief to Cavalier Shores, which I think staff would tell you,
Is needed?
even though we gave you some numbers, the guys weren't there at 0500, and we've seen the pictures at 0500. And we know they flood that at 07, everything's locked up. If the presentations we all witnessed are true, and we believe they are, and by pushing our businesses to the street, and combined with what we're gonna work on anyway, it gives them an opportunity to do that. I would answer Mr. Rouse's concern that if they can't live within that domain, they gotta figure a way to shuttle or support their subcontractors getting to the job, and that would be that'd be an owner-developer responsibility. So, but as I said, Ms. Wilson, as soon as that garage can be legally temporary occupancy, then we'll remove that on-street blockage if construction has been concluded as well.
It seems to me that it would be a benefit to park on the street or park on the property itself than having to move your car every 3 hours.
A lot of them carry their tool bags and their support equipment in and out of the job, and they park and they don't move until the end of the day, and and the closest you can get, the better off it is to support our businesses.
David?
I've been on council 2 months now, and I've spent a great deal of time coming up and down Cavalier Shores, talking with the residents there, talking with the workers there, trying to look at different options for this. It's not a black and white issue, and John, I didn't vote for it either, but I've somehow inherited the problem. I have looked up and down that street. There is alley parking, and many of the people have rented out their tenants their alley parking. And so, on one hand, is it really fair to ask the city to provide parking in the front when they've essentially sold their parking in the rear? I don't think that that's a black and white issue. I think that my resolution gives them the help they need in a timely fashion, and that still allows for the family in Kempsville that wants to come down and use the beach on a public street that they've paid taxes for, the ability to come down and do that. And so I don't think anybody's going to be happy with any one solution, because I think it's a complicated problem, and so I think that we're going to need to take steps to do the best we can and balance all stakeholders in this situation.
Well,
Barbara.
I think you're right, there are a lot of gray areas. And the gray areas we'll be able to see if we're doing a pilot, a trial thing. And I guess there's nothing to say that we can't come back and revisit it in 2 or 3 months if it's not doing anything that's working.
And I forgot to mention one other thing. The staff recommendation, based on what was the average usage, did you say? 60?
In the 60s.
60%.
In February.
In February, 60%. And that was what was used. So basically, 1 in 3 spaces is available.
In February.
In February, 1 in 3
You have a
spaces.
comment?
Yes, sir. I would just want to expound past the usage, that 60%. When we did a lot of counts in 2018 from May, June, July, August, and 60% at that time was consistent. And when we did the counts in 2017 in September, the 60% was also consistent. So the average there really hasn't changed dramatically since 2017. So it's always been around there with some peaks and valleys, as Kathy has mentioned. When you get past 5 o'clock, the occupancy starts dropping down into the 40%.
How about on the weekends in the summer? That's
It's the
what
same.
people are
We did random days throughout the year, both weekdays and weekends, and they were fairly consistent, very consistent.
Okay, Rosemary?
So if Councilman Nygaard's temporary construction passes, we still have these questions from the RAC. So when we, Mr. Hanson,
Yes, ma'am, I'm
when
right.
we get the answers to these, can we get them in writing to everyone?
Absolutely.
Jim Wood?
So just a question, because David had mentioned something about the alley parking. There's no legal on-street parking on the alley, right? I mean, when I drove through there, it seems to me all the alleys said no on-street parking. And then when I look at these photos, it looks like that most of that has been covered, or a lot of it's been covered with driveways and plants and things like that, so, okay.
Anybody else at this point? Okay, thank you all very much. Okay, ready to move on to the next one?
Yes, sir. This is, as you know, I have to, city manager's required to deliver a balanced budget to the city council by the end of March, and we have historically done that on the fourth Tuesday of every March. And I have provided to you today a John Martin's recap of your 2019 retreat, and it's been reviewed by staff for spelling errors and phraseology, as John was brand new to the council. And but you can see in my cover letter that I reassure that that the staff and I have a very good understanding of council's priorities, and we continue to implement your initiatives. Our efforts are also focused on delivering a balanced FY20 budget based on your top priorities. And lion's share of the components of this is talking about your retreat, the Big Five, and it also provides you a list of your 10 goals. They are identified, beginning, of course, with grow the local economy. It reflects the objectives of that. It reflects the initiatives that you have had in place, and many of them have been working in your long-term strategies for years, and are now in construction in some instances. It also reflects your potential future initiatives. And these are all the comments that the city council surfaced during your retreat. And if we have not captured those, as my letter to you says, please come back to me, and I will work with you to identify where we are actually working on all these things to support your priorities.
Okay, and before we get rolling, just a quick statement. I think one of the objectives of what we're trying to do here is to really bring forward a transparency. I don't think it's any question in all of our minds. We are facing some very, very tough economic times, not only this budget cycle, but probably for the foreseeable future. And I think by us being transparent and having discussions more on it, you know, it's a good way to educate ourselves among ourselves, but also inform the public that, you know, we're looking at this seriously and looking at some of the challenges that we're confronting. Okay, at this point, who would like to get things rolling?
Well, I'll start, because I'm the one that asked that this is a session that we have. I think we're a little late to the game in terms of 26 March. I provided each of you in advance, because I always think it's important to articulate where you're at in writing. It took a while to put this together. I can't comment on this, as we just got it, so I don't think I can review it during this discussion. I really thought we would have it in Friday's packet, along with the unconstrained, unabridged comments from the community discussions we're still waiting at as well. But when we had the retreat, that was a very strategic level, but it was not a physically constrained discussion. And I think the point of this budgetary guidance is whether or not we want to provide fiscal guidance, much like the governor does to his staff, much like the president does to all the departments, because always we know, like at home, requirements always exceed revenues. I don't know anyone who, maybe Bill Gates is an exception, but for the rest of us, there's always too many requirements at the end of the income. And so therefore, you have to set priorities. So what I attempted to do, and won't repeat here, is to do an environmental scan, is what is the state of the financial health of the people who have to pay the bill and also get the services. They're one and the same. The payer and the customer are one and the same, but we never really engage them on, do you really want to pay higher taxes? Because what we traditionally have done is we've always added new requirements on top of the base, but have never really engaged in a discussion of whether or not everything in the base is a higher priority than the new thing that we want. And therefore, we're willing to take an offset, because the only other alternative then is to go to families, which I took a lot of time to do the environmental scan, all data that we've all seen, to show you just how financially stressed households are. And I think maybe some people around this table as well. So therefore, just to say raise taxes because we want to do flooding and have a new city hall, or we want to raise taxes and have some other new buildings, other things, we want to buy more vehicles or have a higher replacement rates than our homeowners can afford. That's, so what this suggested that I think a better approach is to have the city manager deliver us a fiscally constrained, no tax, no fee increase budget, show us what he had to do. I know he doesn't like that because he doesn't like fiscal discipline. Most people don't, teenagers don't. You can take exception. I'm entitled to my opinion, please, I'm talking. And then we go out to the public and say, these are the things we couldn't fit in. Are these things you are wanting to pay higher taxes for? You want to pay higher taxes to build a new city hall? Let us know. Or would you rather have flooding? I think that's a better, more honest engagement with the public than to say, oh, here it all is. We're doing your top priorities, but wait a minute, there's a lot of other things in here. If you had a choice, you would prefer to not do versus pay higher taxes. That's a different discussion. Because what we're going to get, which we've traditionally gotten going back to 1986, is what the manager recommends based on what he sees here, fiscally unconstrained. Now, I won't say that he doesn't temper tax increases. I'm not saying that. But we don't say we want to get a budget that doesn't raise taxes or fees. Now, clearly, some people may say the General Assembly was less than dealing with all their mission requirements at the state level, but they did balance their budget without increasing taxes. They did, and some people may disagree that they did, but they didn't take the benefit of the windfall from the federal tax law changes. Instead, they're giving it back to the people who earn the money to start with. Did they do that because they didn't have requirements that needed to be funded? No, they have a lot of unmet needs. But they recognize that people are, not that top 10%, but that bottom 80%, they're really struggling. Those 50% of the 70% of the people in Virginia Beach or work in Virginia Beach that have an average weekly wage of less than $800, they're struggling. But guess what? Their real estate taxes show up in their rent, those fees show up in their, and that has a meaningful impact on their quality of life. Maybe to some of us, $20 or $10 a month doesn't make a difference. But 40% of our kids in public schools are on free or reduced lunch. Have you ever looked at the qualifications to qualify for free or reduced lunch and the income levels that go with that? They're very low. And so I think we can't talk in abstract about a budget and just say, oh, well, it's 2.5 cents, I think I've heard, or 1% or 1 cent on the stormwater management fee, and just look at that as it's inconsequential. If it's so inconsequential, then we should be able to find it out of $2.2 billion, or at least show the public what that means, and do you want to buy that back? That's a different thought process than getting the budget and then telling the public in less than 4 weeks, who aren't budget people to start with, well, if you don't like this, what would you cut? You know, I mean, no, it's their money first, so tell me what you had to cut to not increase my taxes, because they can't go to their employer and say, pay me more money. And that doesn't work very well. And so, but we don't have to ask, we just confiscate. And then tell people what a good job we're doing, because we didn't raise it more. And I just think we have to think hard about it. And if there's 6 people around here that think that we need to raise taxes because the base budget is so lean, I won't agree with that, but I'll accept it. And if you could tell me that the budget was as lean as it could be, and we proved that, and then we needed to raise taxes, I'd be the first one. I said it before. Flooding needs to be getting taken care of. We can't do it all out of existing revenues. But if you're gonna tell me out of $2.2 billion and 7,000 positions, that we can't find some positions that are lower priority and not have to increase FTEs, or we can't find 2 or 3% to reallocate to flooding, then we got the wrong leadership team, because it can be done. Other localities do it. The General Assembly just did it. But it depends on the will of this body to make hard choices. And a hard choice, in this case, isn't raising taxes. The hard choice is saying the things that shouldn't be funded so we can fund flooding, and then say we've got the budget lean, and now this is what you're going to get for the additional dollar. But the way we currently do it, current services, everything adds on to the base, and the bill just keeps going up. And people's incomes are not going up. And that was the purpose of sharing all that environmental data I shared in this letter, so that people could see the financial health of households and small businesses. And the data doesn't suggest that the physical capacity is there, or the justification is there, without first being able to know for ourselves, what would a no tax, no fee increase budget look like, and not with gold watch things that you cut. You know, we need someone like at the OMB in Washington who looks at these budgets and says, these are things we can take vertical cuts in. Yes, we can defer the city hall. You know, I realize I don't want to be scared into doing something, you know, but we're in control of our destiny. We can either default and let someone else choose it for us, or we can actively engage in some consensus on the parameters of the budget we want to see. But if we don't, the budget we're going to get, because we've already been telepathed, it's going to have a real estate tax increase in it. It's going to have a stormwater management fee increase in it. Now, the stormwater management fee doesn't fit any economic characteristics of a fee. What does that mean? One, nothing you can do can change how much you pay. There's no relationship in what you pay and the benefits you receive. There's no relationship between the size of your lot, how much of your lot is covered, the stormwater generated, and what? And the fee. It has all the characteristics of a tax. We don't fee for public safety. We don't fee for fire protection. We shouldn't be having a fee for flooding. Why do we have a fee? I was here when we had that, and I didn't vote for it then. Because why? Because then you can generate revenue bonds. It only takes 6 votes. Don't take a referendum, and don't count against your general obligation debt limit because it's revenue bonds. So the purpose for having the fee had nothing to do with the thing, but the manner in which you could borrow. But it's still, the fee on that family making $30,000 a year is the same as it is on me. It's the same, so it's a very regressive, and you hear from seniors, a very punishing fee. And while we might not think that 44 cents a day, that might go to 47, is a big impact, thank goodness it's not, but for a lot of people, it is. And so we got to think about the right structure to collect revenue that really collects the revenue in some better relationship to who's generating the effect and who's getting the benefit. So stormwater and flooding is like public safety. It ought to be in the general tax base. Now, if we're getting rid of, we can't get rid of the fee all at once because we've issued revenue debt. And that still has to be paid from those proceeds. But we don't have to increase the rate, and we could be retiring and reducing that rate over time as debt's paid off, and we shift that burden to the general tax base, where I believe it belongs. I've talked many times about we are budgeting every position if it's filled all the time, when in fact it's not. Our execution is about 95%, so we have 5% under execution of labor rates. If you go back, remember the school board, when they had their $24 million of lapse of ending fund balance, $3 million of it approximately was from unanticipated change in real estate revenues between the book estimated value and the actual value. But $19 million of that, no, $16 million of that was from what? Under execution of labor, whereas their benefits was in a couple hundred thousands, which tells you that due to retirement, their fundamental labor structure and costs have changed. They shift their labor cost curve to the left. Well, good for the school board. It gives them more flexibility with their funding formula. Likewise, on the city side, substantial amount of under execution. And many communities, as you may recall, the manager came back and said they did a survey, and 2/3 of the communities, I never got the list of the actual cities, though I asked for it, is practice lapse management, meaning they don't fund at 100% because it's a misuse of cash flow. Well, what if we did 98% funding and took 2%? That's a lot of money. We could do a lot with flooding. We maybe do public pay. My point is there's opportunity if we change the fiscal guidance we give to generate cash flow available out of current revenue streams to things that we want to do without raising taxes. And we should be on the front end providing that guidance as a collective body. So on March 26th, we don't get a budget we really didn't want to get. And secondly, the public understands the delta between what they could get at current rates and what they can get at higher rates. And that should be us deciding that. We should own that. Because in the end, we're the ones that are elected. We're the ones that raise taxes. We're the ones that are accountable for taking people's income and lowering their standard of living, which is what taxes do. And the public should have a vote, or at least an expression to us that they think that that's a good trade. And that's what basically this letter was all about. This body may choose that we like business as usual. That's your choice. But I just wanted to make sure that we talked about during the campaign. I remember people talking about 4%. I remember that vaguely. And people talking about upfront guidance and people talking about controlling our destiny. Here's an opportunity. We don't have to do that. We can default to the tried and true, wait till March 26th and see what the surprise we get, which probably won't be much of a surprise. And then we'll go out and hear from the public and we'll just have a debate on all through the review process. And the public, probably the result of that, will end up poorer than they would if we took a more aggressive upfront approach, exercised some leadership rather than followship, and controlled our own destiny. And that is my approach, and which is why I wrote this letter, and I've had my say.
Thank you. Rosemary?
I really don't know a whole lot about what, Dave, you've been doing with the budget, but I think I heard that you asked everybody to come in with a percentage less than, I don't know, maybe you might want to say.
Yes, sir. Target guidance goes out in October. We set targets at 99%, even though our total revenue stream had increased greater than what it would be for 100%. We do that because we are very lean and we are very effective, and we right-size our workforce to meet the expectations of our citizens. We don't have an excess. We do have higher lag, as Mr. Moss said. I can tell you that I have, as we move to balance the budget this week, I have used $5 million in the higher lag, which prevents us from having to request additional funding to support what I believe to be essential requirements. I have replaced some of the cuts that were ponied up by my directors because they start to cut into essentially essential services that there's advocacy for across many of our departments. I've had to incorporate state mandated cuts to our mental health programs and our human services budget to the amount of $600,000 because they can, and they did, and they made it effective this year of execution happening as we're here. And so I've had to put back, and thanks to Shannon's willingness to help us and listen, not that she was really pleased about the cut, but she understands we had to buy back about 345,000, 335 to 345,000 worth of it to try to make up for the cut in mental services that the state mandates to us. I have directed that I will come forth with a 1.5 cent tax, as Mr. Moss, and this will be the 4th time I have told you that I am incorporating a request for 1.5 cent on the real estate dedicated to stormwater. I have added a cent to the 2.5 cents that we currently have appropriated to make the ERU increase 3.5 cents. That is $1.05 extra a month to homeowners. I do take exception to believing that we can go forward with $1 billion or $1.5 billion requirement by cutting, and we can't do that. We need more tax, and so those are the 2 taxes that I've increased. I'm also coming at you with our waste management. We took a dollar's worth of fee structure on waste management from the TIP fund last year as a one-time fix. And so a $2 fee is coming at you in my budget because I'm operating in the red. And I cannot operate in the red in an enterprise fund. I have no reserve fund, and I have no wherewithal to take on debt to relocate transfer stations out of our academic village. I have no reserve fund that can take on a new maintenance facility that's on Holland Avenue in the future. I have to build that reserve fund in order to make it pay for itself as a going concern. Those are the 3 taxes that you will be faced with in the budget. We have cut back. We made cuts. I could certainly stand a significant increase in funding in public safety, but we have done some very creative work to relieve uniformed LEO officers from their assigned responsibilities and replace it with some civilians. We're converting some of our contracted manpower in other departments, and we've done the cost analysis to determine that it's cheaper than what we're paying on the economy to get those jobs completed. Most of my departments have very little new initiative. They are having to implement new initiatives with the manning and the funding, operational funding that they currently have. And so that's the theme with which my staff worked diligently since October to craft a budget. And I believe you're going to find it's consistent with your priorities coming out of the retreat.
Barbara?
Can you let us know that 1.5 cents, what it's going to do for our flooding and stormwater?
Yes, we've incorporated it into a larger program. I'm in the process of laying out
like a before
long-term.
and after?
It's,
If we do
well, yeah.
nothing, this is where we are. If we do
We're
this-
talking about adding a minimum of $170 million more worth of stormwater projects, both maintenance, and I heard you loud and clear on backlog, as well as projects. In addition to the 300, it's actually 287 million because we didn't move forward the stormwater fee last year. It will add that to it. It's also, I will be before you in 2 weeks to present to you a 15-year stormwater sea level rise recurrent flooding program that lists all the projects and the financial scheme over the long haul that it's going to take to generate this huge volume of money. But this first year is moving forward in the right direction so that you can understand that you have to incorporate additional resource. Additionally, we are going to incorporate a weaning of our transportation CIP. So let me just graphically demonstrate for you. We have ramped up for at least 10 years to do many of the projects. It takes 10 plus years to do these projects, some 20 like Laskin Road. And so our slate of transportation projects are moving through the project delivery program from site acquisition to utility relocations to design to the permitting to the environmental aspects to construction and delivery of those projects. I've directed the staff that they are to take on no new state or federal funding that locks them into position, so that we have an opportunity to complete those projects over a period of time, and by 2028, we are going to begin giving back funding in the transportation CIP and move their wedge to a smaller slice and super increase our stormwater level of projects, so that that initial batch of funding will be enhanced by rededicating the stormwater program over that 15-year and beyond, because that's just the first billion in that first 15 years. There's several billion after that we'll need state and federal support to do that. So this is a very massive program, a massive infrastructure program. It will create a significant number of jobs. It will give great solace to the future of our city, and it will provide for our economic vitality by defeating the sea level rise enemy we have.
Okay, Barbara?
I don't think it was any secret that I wasn't real tickled with the way the retreat went. And I think what we're hearing now are some of those ideas and thoughts and comments that we should have heard at the time of the retreat, so that we could have some input rather than it's going to all be handed to us. You know, the what is easy. Coming up with the 5 major problems or issues for the city, we could probably bring in anybody off the street and they could have come up with the 5. Flooding, public safety, education, transportation, jobs. No big deal. It's the what that's the problem. And that's what we did not get to take part in. How are you going to solve, I mean, the what is easy, it's how. How are you going to solve those problems? And we haven't had any input into that. You know, and I know it's tedious, and I know the way we have been doing our retreats has been tedious, but we talked about all these different parts of the puzzle that go into solving those problems. And we missed that. So we really don't have that roadmap from the council. And so we're just going to hope that the how is what we would have wanted to do. I very much wanted to go to the retreat and talk to you about open space program and how I feel it can be a part of our stormwater structure, and the fact that we still have an open space committee and we have an open space funding, which is not going to acquiring open space anymore. It's going to build and maintain parks. I think it needs to go back to purchasing open space, and that is a part of our stormwater, but I didn't even talk about that. So I'm just really concerned that the how we're going to address these issues is not coming from, it's our job, and we are not doing that. And that disturbs me greatly. I don't know when we're going to get that opportunity, except I guess as a part of the budget process, we'll respond to what comes to us. Of course, you know, we see the recap of what we did, but we haven't had a chance to read that. I hope it's really what I've said and so forth. I saw the little video. It surprised me. I didn't know it was being recorded. But anyway, I think it's our job to come up with the how, and we haven't done it.
David?
I had 2 things I wanted to address with respect to the budget. One is, I think Councilman Moss makes a good point in that I think that the stormwater fee is regressive, and I think that there are ways in which we could make that less regressive. I think there are ways in which we could create the stormwater fee and make it a real fee using the models that we've spent money on, and actually use those models to track water usage and And in that sense, we could actually give credits for green infrastructure that people could do specific steps with rain gardens, rain barrels, and other green infrastructure to help with their, reduce their stormwater fees. So I guess I would like to see stormwater migrate to a real fee using the, I forget how much money we spent on those models, but wasn't it 4 million, 6 million on some of these models? I think we can put them to use and make it a real fee. So I'd like to see that. And when we do, to make it less regressive. And I think the second thing that kind of struck me in terms of the last few meetings, we had two briefings. One of them was on a TCC hotel, and one of them was on opportunity zones. And those two kind of sparked my interest, which is why I created the resolution, which I think is on the docket for tonight. Because when I asked about CIP and particularly roads, how do we choose those? I think we use smart scale planning, and we don't really consider economic development. And so one of the things that concerned me is I think that if we want private investors to invest in their own properties without public money, I think that we need to be able to provide them an open and transparent and a competitive process by which they can come and ask for certain infrastructure, targeted infrastructure, to help them with their projects, whether it's fix this road or fix this flooding. I noticed that we were selling the property for the TCC Hotel, and we were going to do targeted infrastructure with their sewage and water. I think those kinds of funding, I think that's appropriate. But I want to see it as something that's open and transparent and competitive, that other property owners have the ability to come to the city with and know how to do it, which is why I wanted to put that resolution forward, because I think that I'd like to see opportunity zones. It's something that is going to sunset soon. I'd like to identify projects in opportunity zones, and then a process by which people in those opportunity zones can improve their properties and get targeted infrastructure. So those are the two things I wanted to raise in terms of budget guidance, and also with respect to one of the resolutions I've put forward today.
Okay, Jess?
I'm gonna try to say all this without my voice cracking. I think, John said a lot, but one of the things that I think always bugs me and how any household does their own budgeting, and that you have to budget what you need first and then see what you can add and how you get to that add. And I was in the meeting with Shannon and Dave and Danette when we talked about that $600,000 cut in mental health, and I think it's disappointing to me that that's something we're entertaining cutting when it's so important. And instead of talking about, could we defer City Hall? And that's a lot more money. And I would be interested in seeing what a slimmed down budget looks like. There's no harm in knowing what we can buy with what we are generating, and then to find out what else we would need to do, if that means raising taxes. And I agree with that, and there are definitely reasons to raise taxes. The fee, I think, is a really big deal, and I think, I don't know how we get to, maybe it's David's suggestion, but that stormwater fee is an enormous burden on, we talk about senior citizens a lot, but it's an enormous burden on young people too. I think it's a burden on anybody with any kind of fixed expenses. And I hear a lot of people talk about, I'm on a fixed income. Really, everybody's on a fixed income. Just about everybody I know is on a fixed income. I think there's some exceptions if you're going to get an annual pay increase because of cost of living, and and then so we all have a limited budget. And I went back and looked at my own water bill, and my water bill is more expensive this year than it was when we were doing every 45 days or 40-day billing or whatever it was. And it's all of the extras that have been added on, and there is no control. I can turn my lights off when my electric bill's too high. I can, whatever I need to do, and I know that my water bill is going to be so much a month no matter what I do consumption-wise. And I know that it was a good intention to go to monthly, but I think we might have picked up another unintended consequence when we did that. And I would really like to see the stormwater fee revised, or revisited rather. The other thing I wanted to talk about is what the schools are doing, because we've got the full day in kindergarten coming online, and that's a decision we made last year and, or the year before, and that's, I think we're committed to that and should stay that course. But we haven't really, I think we need more feedback from what's going on with the schools before our final budget is delivered. I'd like to know what their plan is to deal with the Title I stuff. And I just think that that's stuff we need to be having a conversation, because again, you know, I'm sure you all heard about the rumors of them asking for a tax increase on top of whatever potential tax increase might come there. And, you know, I don't think any of us want to ever vote against funding education. So I think we need the whole picture.
Anybody else, John?
Yeah, I want to pick up on the education point, and I do agree that the schedule that the school board committed to for full-day kindergarten has been bought into, but they're trying to accelerate that schedule. And you may recall during that discussion, someone around can correct me if I'm wrong, especially the budget person, but I remember when they pitched it, that they said that they were roughly receiving at that time, I think, $7 million for Title I schools and other grants for full-day kindergarten. That number sticks in my mind, but that could be a little bit off. But they had a number they were receiving. And once we had implemented it across all other schools except Title I schools, the Title I funding goes away because you can't use those grants to supplant a local obligation. So when you go to the next step, which on the current schedule would not be this budget cycle, but the next, if my memory serves you correct, you pick not only up the bill for those schools that are still yet to put on, but you then have to replace what was the federal and state money that we're receiving, because now you have a fully implemented program, and that would be supplanting funds, which is not alive. I think I have that close to right. The numbers might be slightly off, but the process, I'm pretty confident is correct. So the acceleration of that over the schedule that they brought to us in the beginning, which I think we should stick with, the schedule that they had, would cause and 1 penny raised approximately $5.9 million. You may remember that from the assessor's report, would obligate you to replace the Title I funding, which would be over a penny, probably a penny and a quarter, you gotta get the numbers right, plus the cost of the next phase next year, which wasn't part of the original 1.25 cents, which generates now $6.75 million, if my memory serves me correctly, which would cover all the cost of even next year's implementation as well. That's the first 3 phases. So accelerating that is, when that was the original plan, that was good enough, has an implication of another, just something shy of 3 cents. So that's something we need to be aware of, and I hope they are too, because they service the same people that we do that are financially, and I understand all that. But that is, to your point, it was well taken, Jessica, as to, we haven't had another meeting with them. I usually leave that to the mayor, but obviously, you know, if that's something that we, around this body, once again, gets back to guidance, if there's 6 people that think that accelerating that has this public value, and therefore this is a physical consequence of that, then I don't want to put that onus either on the school board or on the city manager. We just ought to be willing to say up front is we fully expect the city manager to come back and tell us that we think that, I'm not in that camp. I think we ought to stick with the plan that we had. But if a bigger group thinks that accelerating that is the public good, then people should speak up and say, I want to raise taxes another 2.5 cents or 2.25 cents and give that guidance up front, and then the public's not surprised and we're not surprised and people can comment on it, versus it coming like it did in May of 2017, the school board at the very last minute, more or less, without any real public hearing or discussion throughout the whole budget process, came in and asked for 2.25 cents, if I remember correctly. The manager was very generous and recommended 1.25, which gave him a surplus of around $4.5 million to spend on other stuff over 2 budget cycles. But I don't think that's the way we really want to conduct business, because I think the public really has a right to know earlier in the process, and we shouldn't be putting that adjudication process on the city manager. I think we just ought to say, because the school board's elected and we're elected, what do we think? I think my view is they should stick with the plan that they presented us in May of 17, maybe it was late April of 17. We should stay with that plan, and realizing that in that next budget cycle, we will face, unless we have real tremendous economic growth, the only way you're gonna pay for the $7 million you gotta replace, plus the next phasing of the remaining schools will be some real estate tax increase. And then people can be thinking about that and have a chance to prepare for that, knowing the certainty of it. But I think that's the good thing about guidance, because you get that out front and you have that discussion when the discussion means something versus at budget reconciliation, when everybody sits behind and gets the magic Ouija board out and you get the memo, and then that all gets done really out of public view, which I don't think builds public confidence or public support for the fiscal decisions we make. So good for you bringing it up, Justin. That's a good point.
Anybody else? Sabrina?
I would just like to, reiterate that I would also like to have the school board come back in and talk about that, because it was not my understanding that they were trying to accelerate the timeline to implement full-day care or kindergarten, but that they're still trying to keep in line with what was already stated or agreed by the council. And it's my understanding that they asked for a certain amount, but they only got half, and we're told to come back and get the other half to implement full kindergarten.
That is correct. But the question is, the first half carries them through this budget cycle, through 1920, and they would need additional money in 2021, because that's where you go to the last half, which is what schools are left, plus the Title I schools, we have to replace the federal funding. So you are correct. You can go back and watch the video and watch the presentation, but they are wanting to pull, that Title I funding would then be pulled forward.
Jess?
Sabrina, we were CC'd on an email from Beverly Anderson, who's chair of school board, and she said that in the email to a resident who was asking a question that they've this year they're adding 12, but they're asking to add an additional 9, and that would leave another 9 that still need to be funded in the next cycle. But that's where that Title I stuff starts playing into how much more money they're going to need. And I know that there's concerns about their surplus and all that. So.
Well, I'd like to have her come in because
yeah, I agree.
I spoke with her and that's not what she told me. So, and then, like you said, there are rumors about increasing taxes. That's what they are, rumors. So I want to hear.
Absolutely.
I want to hear the facts. So have them come in so that I can hear the facts and make an educated decision on what we need to do.
Yeah.
They come in as part of the budget. And right now,
Okay.
we have a partially funded, implemented all-day kindergarten. And so there will be a matter of equity of the schools that don't have it. And it's not like a school just doesn't have it. The children, if it's not implemented, it's up to the school board. They're duly elected, and our process is for them to come to us, and if they want a tax increase, they have to vote on it, and they bring it to us, and then we decide. But when a child misses that all-day kindergarten, he'll never get it again. He moves on, he goes on to the next grade. And the reason that we decided, and I'm a former kindergarten teacher, and I actually really had to be sold on why we needed full day. The curriculum has grown tremendously, and they're having a really hard time squeezing the larger curriculum into a half a day. So the children that are now only getting a half a day versus the children that get a full day, they're really missing out. And so let's wait and see what they come with. But there is an equity problem of children that don't have it.
Okay, anybody else? All right, if I can, just give a quick summary from, my viewpoint. We have a significant challenge ahead of us as a body, without question. Without question, Hurricane Matthew kind of reset, the priorities in this city. And we have a lot of other challenges. The first challenges we had, to be honest with you, was we have a totally new chemistry on this council. You got a new mayor, we got 3 new people, an adaptation period to get to know each other, that we all get educated and, get up to speed on, what we have to know and build that consensus to move forward, because we're gonna have some significant challenges going forward. And, we did have a meeting with a school board, and we found out we have a $3 billion, tab out there for school modernization and replacement. And perhaps in the near future, it would not be a bad idea to meet frequently with the school board to make sure we're aligned. All-day kindergarten's on the table, and there might be another issue evolving that may also result in further needs, but once again, that's to be determined. But one of the things I would like to do going forward, that once the budget comes out, I will be going out into the road and asking, council if they want to participate, in every district, to go out there to find out exactly what the temperature is and, how they feel about the budget and their inputs and, things of that nature in terms of an engagement going forward. And, I think that would address a need that was discussed, right here about, making sure that, if we do have to wind up raising taxes because of the overwhelming needs that we have, that that at least the public is aware of what's going on. But by the same thing is that we have to demonstrate that, we are in fact good stewards of the money and, that, those would be necessary. And, we do have the needs, and one of the things that the priorities we identified was public safety, and we've been, since I've been on this council, kind of kicking the can every year, but I think this is the year we finally got to do something. I think Mr. Wood has some plans about discussions and to bring forward and come up with some win-wins. But once again, we're going to go into a challenging time, and we're going to go into this together. And, and I'll tell you what, I do appreciate the fact that this, we're taking a little bit more time discussing things, as we did, and I think that is a good, healthy thing. Because as people view us on TV or wherever, they see a deliberative body that is really trying to operate in their best interest. We have a challenge before, but I always say through adversity, find opportunity. And, I think we're going to wind up with the chemistry and the unified vision to do what we have to do. So I'm very grateful for this conversation. I thank everyone. John?
I take away from this that the consensus is we're not going to provide any upfront guidance. That's what I take away. But I basically did a little RadCon math, a little dangerous doing math in public. But a penny and a half of real estate tax is roughly against a tax base of 60 million. We're a little lower than 60 billion, but I use that number as $7.5 million. The fee for stormwater management fee raises about $4.2 million. The trash fee, assuming 175,000 accounts, and that's probably a little on the high side, that raises $2.2 million for $13.9 million, which is less than 1.5% of this year's operating and CIP budget. So what we're really saying is that the public can find, for the average price home, it's easier for them to find about $100 or another penny of real estate tax for the fees represent than it is for us to find 1.5%. And I got the message, and I think the public will have the message also. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the discussion.
Shall we continue, Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, well, I've kept Kathy on the front seat of the briefing row because she's first up. We're gonna pick up two briefings that we did not cover last Tuesday. That'll be economic and tourism development. Remember, these are the CIP briefings. These are CIP briefings as they are currently appropriated, and provides you a list of projects associated with the various elements of the CIP. So Kathy, shall we wait a minute, or shall I proceed?
I can follow on the screen. I'm just digging my stuff out, but I don't want to hold her up. I can read off the screen till I find it.
All right.
Okay, good afternoon again. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, I will be presenting the proposed economic and tourism development CIP for FY 20 to 25. As you know, the CIP has multiple departments involved with these projects, such as planning and community development, public works, economic development, housing and neighborhood preservation, resort management, and convention and visitors bureau. Briefly, a few accomplishments from the previous year. Parking management launched its parking loyalty program with 5,000 plus cards redeemed. They had a seasonal pass program this year and sold 500 at the resort. Boardwalk light replacement completed its connector parks between 19th and 40th Streets. Burton Station to Tolliver Road will be complete this summer, and 29th Street improvements are complete. Activate Atlantic Avenue implemented on-street parking for the full shoulder season this year. And Block 9 at Town Center opened with 131 apartments, Pottery Barn, Williams-Sonoma, and Zyder's American Dream Theater. This is just the order of our presentation, so we'll jump right in. Here are the 10 proposed projects and planned funding for FY20. For a total of $39.4 million. Our first project is Winston-Salem Avenue improvements, programmed at $8.3 million. Design is at 60%. For a new two-lane roadway with on-street parking, sidewalks, pedestrian lighting, landscaping, as well as water, sewer, and stormwater improvements. Construction is anticipated October 19 through April 2021. Virginia Beach Bio, programmed at $3.7 million. The construction plans are under final city review for a two-lane undivided parkway, and it's anticipated to be under construction this summer. Town Center reinvestment, programmed at $1.05 million. Funding provided through the Town Center Special Service District. This project is similar to the 9096 Oceanfront Capital Projects reinvestment in that the funding is provided for improvements to wayfinding, streetscapes, and placemaking efforts in Town Center. Dome Site Streetscapes, program funding at $7.5 million. Funding for improvements to the streetscape surrounding and within the Dome Site development. Dome Site Entertainment Venue, programmed at $30 million, provides funding for a 3,500-person entertainment venue as part of the overall Dome Site development. Town Center Garage and Plaza Capital Maintenance Project with program funding at $2.5 million. The CIP addresses capital maintenance and repairs for the 5 garages at Town Center.
Excuse me, does this come from their,
SSD, yes. For the Oceana and ITA Conformity and Acquisition 2 project with program funding at $11.2 million. Funding for acquisition of property and easements to complete program goals of converting land to compatible uses is ongoing. To date, $35.1 million has been spent or encumbered for 2,213 acres in the ITA and $87.3 million in the APZ and clear zones to acquire 792 dwelling units. Oceanfront Capital Projects reinvestment programmed at $7.8 million. This funding helps to reinvest in our oceanfront by improving lighting, replacing benches, pavers, sidewalks, and stage canopies. For the Economic Development Investment Program, EDIP, with program funding at $71.4 million, this program will continue to provide grants in an effort to attract new businesses into the city. Economic Development provided $3.8 million in EDIP grants, incentivizing $131.6 million in private investment this past year. You will note that the amount of funding decreases each year due to the reduction in cigarette taxes collected.
This is totally funded by cigarette tax.
Yes. Virginia Beach Amphitheater, programmed at $3.1 million. Funding provided for capital maintenance of the amphitheater for such things as chair replacement, roof maintenance, and parking lot expansion. We have 3 proposed projects with requests for increased funding for $2.64 million. The first is Historic Kempsville, initially programmed at $4.15 million. A request for an additional $1.4 million to fund acquisition of the property at the northeast corner of Kempsville and Princess Anne Roads. Property acquisition, gateway signage, beautification, and placemaking efforts are ongoing. Next, for the oceanfront parking facilities, capital maintenance and development project with initial program funding at $2.86 million. Request to increase funding by $1 million. This is a transfer in from the Parking Enterprise Fund for the replacement of 2 elevators at the 31st Street Garage, the new elevator enclosure at 9th Street, and other capital maintenance projects that exceed the annual appropriation of $350,000.
May I ask? Because the verbiage also says that the Sandwich, the surface lot is to receive some of this, is that correct?
Sandbridge.
Yeah.
So that is supposed to go back to that.
At the top.
Oh, yes. That's, yeah, what happened was several years ago, we received some money back from Sandbridge, so we expanded that lot. So that's kind of the overall scope. So yes, anything that would happen at Sandbridge would come out of that fund as well.
And that's the Delta Allowance.
It would be either one, yes.
Yeah, from that original plan we had that just didn't get finished. So we're going back to that now, so.
I'm familiar with that plan.
Okay, well, that was 4 or 5 years ago, and it never got done, so maybe we'll talk about it sometime. Okay. Thank you.
On to strategic growth area projects. A request to increase the annual requested appropriation by $250,000 in FY20, which will allow the SGA to provide support to other city departments, including the city manager's office, when planning services are needed for development projects within the SGAs. This CIP provides funding for environmental studies, appraisals, property acquisitions, and planning efforts in the SGAs, such as Activate Atlantic Avenue, 17th Street Gateway improvements, the Resort Area SGA Plan Update, the Central Village District Area Plan, and the Comprehensive Plan Update. 3 projects in support of public parking in the Central Beach District for a total of $80.7 million. Last year, all funds for the parking in the Central Beach were included in Project 9045. This year, we've separated these funds to show as project-specific. So for Central Beach and Convention District's parking programmed at $12.5 million in FY21 in support of public spaces in lots and garages throughout the Central Beach District to support new development throughout the district.
Tip fund.
Correct, and that, the source of funds for that is the TIP fund. VB Sports Center,
John?
I think will be very helpful on these updated slides where it says city funding, that people could identify if it's TIP fund, if it's open space fund, is it the unrestricted general fund? Because I think it's very difficult to know when the users are paying through a TIP fund versus bills that are being sent to the unrestricted general fund of all residents, because that gets back to the priority issue. Where does that rank? Because those monies are available to do with other priorities, so I'd like to have that decomposed. And if it's cash versus debt, that would also be good to know.
yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
On to the Virginia Beach Sports Center, program funding for $58 million for the Sports Center facility to be open in November 2020, and $10.5 million has been transferred from 9045 Central Beach Parking into 9041 to keep all project costs for the Sports Center in this CIP. Sports Center, as you know, calls for approximately 12 regulation basketball courts convertible to 6 collegiate-sized courts or 24 volleyball courts and an indoor articulated track, as well as 1,100 surface parking spaces. And then finally, dome site parking, the new 9065 dome site parking CIP, where funding is being transferred into this project from 9045, again, Central Beach and Convention Center parking. Original funding programmed in FY20 in 9045 was $45 million and is being increased to $58.05 million to account for the 1,935 parking spaces in the 3 garages at the proposed dome site. And this just shows the funding. On to 5 new projects requesting funding this year for a total of $110 million.
Can you go back, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
17th Street improvements, program funding for $26 million. This project is at 30% design through 9020.
Excuse me, Rosemary?
I'm sorry, on the page right before this, where's the Virginia Beach Trail supposed to be?
This is the former Norfolk Southern right-of-way. And I'll get into more detail in a few slides. So again, 17th Street improvements, $26 million. This project is at 30% design through CIP 9020. This project will fund the rest of the design and construction for 17th Street from Cypress to Pacific and calls for wider sidewalks, street trees, bicycle lanes, and 4 lanes of traffic. This project continues efforts made by the city to improve the streetscapes within the Vibe District. Oceanfront restrooms, this project has been programmed in the amount of $2.75 million. This is for the design and construction of new restroom facilities and showers in the resort area between 2nd and 40th Streets. Existing facilities shall also receive upgrades. Housing and Neighborhood Strategy, programmed at $1.8 million, for the development of a citywide housing and neighborhood strategy. Funding to implement a pilot neighborhood revitalization initiative and financing for housing rehab and design services. This supports the 2016 Housing Needs Assessment.
I'm just surprised that this is an economic development CIP project. I mean, this, I think, is unique and different, and I don't know.
John? Oh, I'm sorry, Barbara.
Go ahead.
I concur with Barbara. This is, this should be either in Parks or Rec or something, but this is not the right category. Not that, 'cause that doesn't get to the money part.
Housing or the beach trail?
The beach trail.
Okay.
The beach trail. I think that deals with a lot.
Housing.
Oh, you're the housing piece?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't, housing should be part of that, but I'm just talking about this trail, because I think there might be a different view on this council as a body possibly than what the staff's been working from what I have seen. I know there's some other council members who have a similar view, but I don't know that the numbers are right. I don't know if the thought process is on board with where we're at. So but I think it belongs somewhere else, but I think it deserves, if we get back to that 3-hour session, I might not make it. But I think that deserves a lot more discussion before we start putting money onto something. That's my personal view.
May I, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
These are requested but not funded. I can't tip a hat what I really jumped on and what I didn't jump on, but I'm trying to read the priorities of the council and where we're going as opposed to what would be really lovely.
I'm with you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just sharing with you because it's here. Some feedback is that it's one that probably shouldn't be funded, but also needs a lot more work before people put numbers on it. That's all.
Right, and these charts are given to the council, so you have ready references as we get into the budget. You've got the big wedges associated with your capital improvement program. And as I reiterate, this is what you've appropriated to date. If it's got a red number, it doesn't have any appropriation or authorities associated with it going forward. And, that's part of the deal we gotta go through is what's affordable and what's not affordable and what ranks high and what's nice and what's needed and all the things. And we're trying to listen to you all, and some things are getting on there, but many things are not gonna be able to get on there because of where we gotta go long term over the next 15 years with all our capital improvement money.
Yes?
So I had a question, because when I was looking over this, we've got on slide 42, I guess 10 ahead, you've got the rail to trail corridor development, which seems to me that they're basically they're the same thing, right?
Right,
So-
that was the old design, money that was
Okay,
used.
Understood. So, but on this, kind of more broadly, back to where I'd like to be on with council, I think we need to really go to the public and ask them what they want to see this turn into before we start looking at how much money we're going to put at it. Because I think it's a real good, has a lot of potential. And I think that there's ways to incorporate that corridor into what our stormwater plan looks like. And so I think before we start really, and I understand that none of this money is appropriated, but I want to know what people want this to look like. And I really think it deserves an enormous amount of public comment, so for us to get the whole picture of, yeah, so this can have some kind of stormwater element to it, it can have some kind of transportation element to it, it can be this sort of amenity, it can have this kind of economic development element to it. I think we're really taking what's kind of an awkward shaped piece of property and not doing it the service it deserves to explore all of its real potential, because I do think there's economic development that can happen around this corridor. And there are cities across the country that implement Rails to Trails programs and make it extremely beneficial, not only for their environment, but for their economic development and their transportation. So we didn't get to discuss it at the retreat. This is a big priority of mine. I don't think it needs funding in this budget cycle, but it needs a lot of attention and a lot of public comment.
Barbara?
Well, I'm liaison to the Bikes and Trails Advisory Committee, and this is one of their top priorities. Although they recognize, that it's very expensive, that, it's a very unique area, but I just will pass that on to you. This is something they feel strongly about, and they are doing a lot of discussing of it. But I think too, with trails, we usually look to some special funding sources that are available just for trails. So anyway, over the long term, but with all their concern, I just wanted to pass on to you that, they have been looking at this and are aware of the uniqueness, but also aware of how it can be a great asset, and that, this is.
Okay, thank you, Barb.
Thank you. So Virginia Beach Trail programmed at $30.65 million, funding to implement a shared use path along the former Norfolk Southern right-of-way, connecting New Town Road to Bird Neck Road at the oceanfront. This calls for a 10-foot wide asphalt path with 2-foot wide crushed stone shoulders, providing new access to pedestrians, biking, walking, running as a form of leisure or a way to commute. First segments recommended in the Kimley-Horn study were the town center area from Kellam Road to Columbus and the Norfolk Avenue at Bird Neck west to Oceana. 17th Street Improvements 2, programmed at $48.9 million from Cypress to Bird Neck. Calls for streetscape improvements, underground utilities, pedestrian connectivity through wider sidewalks, utility and stormwater upgrades. This project upgrades a major gateway into the resort that will soon be home to the Sports Center and Dome site. These are our proposed projects, 8 active, fully funded projects in previous years. First, our Vibe District Street Infrastructure Improvements Project, or 18th Street Improvements. This is a sister project to the 9100 19th Street Improvements Project, programmed at $8.8 million. It improves the streetscape by providing new sidewalks, on-street parking, as well as utility and traffic upgrades from Cypress to Pacific. 18th Street construction is to be bid this May, June, and 17th Street design is at 30%. London Bridge Commerce Center infrastructure program funding of just under $2.1 million. We are awaiting Navy approval for the access easement before we can work on the road and utilities. Burton Station roadway improvements, Phase 1, promoting future development and providing access to developable sites. Streetscape calls for 2 travel lanes, on-street parking, sidewalks, and pedestrian lighting. Lynn Haven Parkway corridor funded at $4 million. This project design is complete and construction will commence this summer. New streetscape improvements with new sidewalks and medians, pedestrian lighting, landscaping, bus shelters, and new gateway signage.
Yes, it was.
APZ 1, economic incentives. The goal here is to continue to incentivize and attract compatible businesses in the APZ 1. This program enables us to compete for new capital investment in areas that are restricted by APZ 1 zoning ordinance and or Navy easements. The more conformity that the city is able to promote within the APZ 1 zones, the better position the city will be to respond to a future threat of another BRAC. Burton Station Phase 3, program funding at $10.1 million. This is for a new portion of Tolliver Road from the railroad crossing to Air Rail Avenue and over to Thurston Ave. Design is currently at 60%. 19th Street infrastructure improvements. This project provides funding for the design and construction along 19th Street and Parks Avenue to Arctic Avenue. Completion is anticipated in June of 2020. It calls for wider sidewalks, pedestrian lighting, street trees, and the undergrounding of utilities, all included in the scope. Making a walkable connection between the convention center and the Dome site is imperative for the success of the Dome site and the creation of a first-class year-round resort. And finally, our 2 completed projects, 9011 Rail to Trail Shared Use Path, which we discussed earlier. This was funded initially for study and design of the VB Trail, which is currently at 15% in preparation for the VB Trail. And then the Cape Henry Lighthouse, construction began in September 2018, and it is anticipated to complete in March of 2019, this month.
Okay, any questions? Rosemary?
I just want to say something about the lighthouse. It's coming on really well, but last year, this council was good enough to fund the shuttle buses that go from the gate. And I will tell you that the military is so happy to have those shuttles, and they're manned by volunteers, but we provided the buses ourselves. And as far as the security for the gate, and they're very, very happy about that.
Okay, Barbara?
I was under the impression that this was gonna be one of our priorities, and we were going to maybe select a neighborhood that we were gonna do as a pilot. So where did all that go? And if this is not funded, and we're looking at it over a 6-year period, it doesn't look like it's much is gonna happen.
We got Karen to help answer that. Thank you for being here.
Yes. Mrs. Henley, the pilot program that we were looking at was the one that we were going to be working with the neighborhood with Public Works and Stormwater Management. That was one of the reasons why, is we had heard from the neighborhoods, being part of the Civic League and attending the Civic League meetings, we had heard that they are looking for ways to help make improvements in the neighborhood. They're a very active neighborhood in Civic League. So that's one of the reasons why we were working with them.
That's Windsor Woods.
It's Princess Anne, it's the pilot program. It's Princess Anne Plaza, Windsor Woods, and the Lakes. It's combined with the stormwater management program.
Andy briefed that in December, we can get you a copy of that.
Right, I know. That's why I was surprised to see it here with an unfunded and stretched out over this length of time.
Yes.
But I know that the Mayor's Commission on Aging has been talking about the livable cities or the livable communities.
We are.
concept, And we were hoping to maybe couple that, you know, we talked about doing a pilot with some neighborhood with that, and I would think this would be the right thing to do, would be to make all this one. Is that kind of where you're heading?
Well, as part of the livable communities group, yes, we are looking at a variety of neighborhoods, actually, and narrowing it down. And one of them is the Princess Anne Plaza, Windsor Woods, and the Lakes area. One of the reasons why we wanted to look at more than one is because they were brought forth as to other neighborhoods may be interested, and if there's too much going on in this neighborhood, they may not be able to focus in on all the other items that belong within livable communities.
Well, I just don't like this unfunded stretched over this length of time. So we're talking about something different from what this is.
This is, yes, they're two separate programs. Livable Communities actually doesn't have funding right now, but we are working with AARP on that. We just talked to Deputy City Manager Ken Chandler on that as well, because he's looking at blue zones and how we can coordinate with that. We are looking at a variety of different opportunities for the livable communities.
David?
You had about 4 or 5 projects, 17th Street, 19th Street, restrooms. Which of those are funded by the TIP?
Okay, 19th Street is the tip.
Which is how much again? Sorry,
I'll have to go back. Sorry about that.
that's my fault, I'm sorry.
14.9.
Yeah.
Looks like 15.
So Councilman, in this, where the 17th Street is, those decisions hadn't been made yet, but there's the second set of where there was funding, where 19th Street is.
Is that TIP fund?
19th is tip.
19th is
Yes.
TIP, okay. Is Vibe TIP?
The 18th Street is not tip.
The 8.8 is not TIP.
Yeah, it's general fund money. I mentioned that last year.
Correct, that's general fund.
Mentioned again this year.
Haven't you been reminded especially?
So 19th Street was the 15 million, 14.9. I don't have it pulled up on the slide, but that's 14.9 million. And then the 8.8 was for the 18th Street, for the Vibe.
5 this year.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you very much. Most appreciated.
Shall we continue, or are we gonna take a 5-minute break?
What do you think, group? 5-minute break?
Wait,
Yeah.
it's 10, but we got 5.
All right.
I'll be back at 5.
I got a,
This is that we
concern
moved
from a
10
constituent,
FTEs
right?
out of the tip fund into the general fund
building
as well.
as a veteran who lives in our city.
Remember all those
You're going to want
Okay, Mayor, and members of council, next we're gonna have the CIP presentation for Parks and Recreation. And to kick us off is the Parks and Rec Director, Michael Kiersman, and he'll be joined up here at the podium with Chad Morris, his Director of Planning and Design and Development.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Or the other way around, I thought Michael was up there.
That's good.
Okay,
Good.
excuse me, Chad, the planner's up, and then the director's coming up. I apologize.
Thanks.
Hey, cut me there, man.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. I'm Chad Morse with Parks and Recreation, the Planning, Design, and Development Administrator. Pleased to present the FY20 CIP for the department. Also, we have Michael Kirschman here with us, and you'll hear from him with he'll provide a few words here shortly with a couple proposals to share with you. The Parks and Recreation Department aligns with many of our community priorities. The department is responsible for next to 300 miles of bikeways and trails. We also take care of the urban forest management plan, which protects our urban tree canopy as well as tries to enhance the urban tree canopy. We're also fortunate to have 7 beautiful recreation centers that our citizens enjoy, as well as over 7,000 acres of parkland. We're also responsible for the Virginia Beach Outdoors Plan and the Bikeways and Trails Plan, which is our long-range planning documents that helps us be forward-thinking with our parks and recreation assets and amenities. A couple of accomplishments we're proud of. First one is the Parks and Rec Administration Building. A year ago this week, we started moving into that facility, and we're all moved in and fortunate to be in there, and things are working well. Thanks to Public Works Facilities Design and Construction for their help with that. Also, this last spring, we were able to refurbish and renovate the skate park at Mount Trashmore, which has worked well. We had a lively public comment period with some skaters, and we had well over 300 comments from social media on that, and the results have been very positive and has been working well. Also, a couple projects in the works is the Lynn Haven Marina, that failure which occurred a couple years ago. Glad to report that facility is now under construction and will be going over this summer, and we'll have that completed. Also in the works is our work at Mount Trashmore. This is the new park office and restroom replacement, as well as the new special events performance stage, as well as vendor areas along the walkways to provide a great enhanced special events area atmosphere for our park users. Goal is to have that completed before the July 4th festivities at the park. Also in the works, as you know, is our partnership with HRSD and at Woodstock Park. This is our partnership with them for their 5.2 million gallon wet weather storage tank, as well as on top of that will be our state-of-the-art skate park facility, which will be adjacent and on top of that tank, as well as other upgrades to the park facilities. The work begins this June, and we're going out with our public involvement portion here shortly, as well as that park will be closed completely closed for 2 years. Moving right into the FY20 projects, simply said, there's 12 CIP projects. Many of those have roll-up sub-projects underneath of them, but totaling $8.9 million for that. To go a little deeper in how that works, lumping those into categories, into parks and special use facilities, bikeways and trails, recreation centers and contractual obligations. About $5.2 million is geared towards special use facilities, $2 million for rec centers, and $800,000 for contractual obligations, and about $800,000 for bikeways and trails proposed for FY20. Take a little deeper dive into each CIP and give you a highlight of what's planned for FY20. I'll just hit some of the bigger highlights, won't go to detail every one. 4301 is Parks and Special Use Facilities Development and Renovations. Planned improvements there include improvements at Level Green Park, which would be a phased project, and Owl Creek Boat Ramp Kayak Launch planned for that facility. 4303 is our greenways, scenic waterways, and natural areas. We have planned a kayak launch in the historic Kempsville area at this location. This has also been a great site identified, which will also provide other benefits, It's a combined effort with Public Works, Stormwater, and Public Utilities. This site also performs a nutrient credit implementation, as well as becomes a great location for a future pump station location, replacing the one that's across the street as it begins to become beyond its useful life, as well as a useful area for a kayak launch to provide water access to our citizens. 4305 is tennis court renovations. We have a great partnership with City of Virginia Beach Public Schools. For high school courts, we have a 50-50 cost participation. Replacement of one court at a high school is under development underway to determine which next high school tennis court would be in the replacement queue. 4306, open space and park infrastructure development and maintenance. Some planned projects for FY20 includes the park office replacement at Princess Anne Athletic Complex, which is a sports management trailer, which is deteriorating. Also, a plan for FY20 restroom replacement and new indoor shelter at Great Neck Park. This provides a great rental revenue all time of year, be a heated facility, and be able to increase park attendance coming into that site, as well as being able to enhance the wedding venues and different types of events that could congregate at that location. And as well, park renovations at Mundan Point Park, which would be a phased approach. This would be phase 1. 4307 is for athletic field lighting and renovations. This goes in line with our ADA transition plan. We make great efforts to try to make every outdoor facility accessible. Some of those improvements to look forward to in FY20 are at Pembroke, Betty F. Williams, and Thalia Elementary School ball fields, as well as upgrading the lights at the Lynn Haven Community Park tennis courts to LED, which have been very successful at other tennis court locations. 4500 is our park playground renovation CIP. That's about $400,000 a year. We usually are able to do 4 or 5 playground replacements per year. And next in the queue are playgrounds at Newcastle Park, Little Neck Park, St. Matthew's Catholic Church, and Scarborough Square Park. For bikeways and trails, 2 CIPs there. 4064 is City Bikeways and Trails Plan Implementation. We're looking forward to doing some planning work for the Greenwich Road Trail design, as well as providing some extra contingency for the Thalia Creek Greenway Phase 3. We're anticipating some cost to creep up on us there, so we're trying to make sure we have some contingency available for that. 519 is our repairs and renovations for bikeways, and for FY20 we have planned Lake Holly Bridge repairs and some repairs to the Bayville Farms Park shared use path. Recreation centers is $200 million a year. This, for FY20, we're planning for replacement of the overhead LED pool lighting at the Bayside, Great Neck, Princess Anne, and SeaTac recreation centers, as well as painting the ceilings in those aquatic areas as well. You see from the photograph, things are starting to need recoating, as well as the replacement of the weight room, cardio, and circuit equipment at Bayside, Princess Anne, and SeaTac recreation centers. That's the cyclical maintenance for the fitness equipment at those facilities. For our contractual obligations, 4302 is for golf courses, and this is for the Kempsville, Bow Creek, and Red Wing golf courses. These revenues are pulled aside and put into our CIP to take care of some capital maintenance at those facilities. And we're looking at, for FY20, the parking lot resurfacing at Kempsville Greens Golf Course. 4517, Stumpy Lake Golf Course lease contractual obligations is obviously for the Stumpy Lake Golf Course. And we're looking at site drainage solutions at the golf course there. Just a study is underway. And finally, the largest contractual obligation we have is for the Sportsplex and Field Hockey National Training Center. For FY20, we have planned capital maintenance and repair of the concrete grandstands, as well as last year we were able to identify a need for $5.2 million in additional capital funds needed for that facility based on a condition assessment from Public Works in 2017. We're thankful for those additional funds. We're also being able to dig in a little deeper. We're also finding some of the repairs and costs are actually higher than what the budget estimate was. Staff are going to go back and be reevaluating that situation and see what can be done, and maybe provide other options or other funding solutions to help get us to where we need to be based on what we know now, digging a little deeper into that. So that's all the projects based on the 12 CIP projects. At this time, I'd like to introduce Michael Kirschman, and he has a few more proposals for us as well.
Want to wait till the end and go back, or can we, at each section, stop?
You want to ask a question?
I just had could you go back to slide 15, please? To what extent, obviously, when you look at the lighting and replace its LED, so obviously it's not as old as you would think. So if you're looking at the cause and you're seeing the corrosion at the top on the, looks like that's something like galvanized painted metal, I'm pretty close to right. So is the underlying root cause of that chlorine gas vapors? And so if that's the underlying cause and we're just dealing with the effect, what is the answer to dealing with the actual cause of the corrosion? Because it's not going to go away unless you're going to surgical stainless roofing and everything. You're going to have a chlorine problem no matter what. So the life expectancy of the next, and a lot of the caustic environment you're in. So should we be dealing with this repair but the effect, or is it cost effective just to let the corrosion take place and have continuous replacement? I'm just trying to understand that the right engineering analysis has been done and the most cost-effective solution to taxpayers is being executed. I know you don't know that today, but I would like that answer.
Absolutely. I have some of that answer, but yeah, I'll give you it all together.
Thank you, appreciate it very much. And good brief too, but I just some questions. Slide 16, if you could, please. Now, are our contractual obligations steady state, or is there a step function where there's periods where we have to make a bigger investment? I'd like to understand what that is, and do the revenues that come from the thing cover both the step function obligations as well as the recurring obligations?
Okay.
And I think you mentioned there was gonna be some kind of stormwater management thing you had to deal, was that on this slide that you mentioned that?
At Stumpy Lake,
Stumpy Lake, that
Stumpy
must
Lake
be
Golf
slide
Course.
17, if you go to that one, that's slide 17.
that was a sportsplex.
But there must, somewhere in here you
Back up.
mentioned.
It's the bottom.
A bottom one?
that's
Okay,
Stumpy
thank you. I
Lake.
knew I thought it was on that slide. Is that gonna be, go against the stormwater sewer fund itself, stormwater management fee? Or is this gonna be borne within the Parks and Recreation within this from unrestricted funds since it's for contractual obligation?
The latter, correct.
Okay, thank you. And if you go to slide 17. When you did your engineering study, how much of the accrued repair is due to past poor maintenance? And they do tell you that in those reports, because I get those reports myself on facilities. And how much is it due just to the life cycle of the thing? Because the key is, if we're making these investments, part of it is because we don't want to then make the investment and then do the same thing of not repairing it. So I'm sure that engineering study has some periodicity of maintenance and obligations. So I think when we get this particular funding profile, we need to understand the findings of the engineering report and the cause of what we see, and make sure that the funding profile and description matches the solution, not just a temporary remedy, if we could, please. Thank you very much.
Okay,
To
Michael.
answer your question, a lot of it is due to delayed maintenance and
I'm sure it is, and it's probably consciously we allowed it to happen, so we own part of the problem, got it.
getting that program in squared away.
Okay,
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Jones.
Mr. Hanson, I'd really like to know what activities take place in that field now.
Absolutely. Good.
You know, you're talking about $5.2 million. I think we spent $9 million building that thing, if I recall. And, you know, it's never really been a very active or useful function, to my knowledge, because yeah. So I'd just like to know what activities are taking place in there.
We can do that.
We get a whole yearly report every year.
At the sports
Big
place or
part.
business
We get a
place?
report every year on all the activities, all the special events, all the games, all utilization. We get that out to the entire council.
All right, but could you get me a copy of that, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John.
Look, I can tell from my own professional experience, we might have built that for $9 million, whatever it was, but the cost today of doing anything, and I think that's probably worthwhile, Mr. City Manager, for people to just know what the you might say inflation's 3% if you use the CPI and what they've done to make that thing look good. But if you really go out and look at construction indexes, which, Mike, I know that you do, and you look at some of this workforce availability, that's probably an education the council could benefit from, just to see what the labor market today is and what bids are today on stuff. It's eye-opening. I'm sure you are, and I think if you're not in the business or you don't see that in skilled workforces, it's a challenge. Anyway, thank you very much.
Rosemary.
When Chuck Thornton took this over, he really did a good thing for the city, because we were losing money on it every year. And he dug us out of that hole. And he could probably make more money if he outsourced and brought in more outside activities. However, he spends a lot of time with the community, and the community gets a lot of use out of this. It's kind of hard to imagine us not having it. So he really has done a great job with it.
I concur.
Okay, anyone else?
I don't know, but I just know it's not cheap to fix stuff.
It's true. He's got it full every weekend.
I was gonna say, I thought he had.
Okay, so,
All the time.
moving forward, just a quick background. When we look at parks and recreational facilities and amenities, we group our needs into 3 buckets. We group them into deferred maintenance. These are existing assets that have outlived their useful lifespan. So it's a tennis court that's now cracked, needs repaved to keep functioning at what we want it to do. So whether that's backstops or shelters, all the infrastructure in our park system, we have a deferred maintenance backlog of around $35 million. And I will say that that's not uncommon for a large park system. Every park system has some type of deferred maintenance, just like schools and anybody else. But we're looking at $35 million. We also have, just so you know, roughly 40 sites, 40 park sites that are completely undeveloped. So these are park sites that we've acquired, the city's acquired. These are publicly owned assets, but there is nothing on that property. Some of them actually have a sign on the property, but there's no playground, no ball field, no recreational amenities. So we call these undeveloped sites. We have roughly 40 of those. And then we have what's called underdeveloped sites. These are sites where we may have a 3 to 5 acre park with only a playground sitting in the middle of it. But there's room and space for a lot more activities that could go on there, thereby maximizing the initial public investment, getting more people to use the site, having higher efficiencies. So those are the buckets. Out of our current $8.9 million in available funding, roughly per year, you can see where that goes. The bulk of that funding goes towards deferred maintenance, where, of course, most people would say, take care of what you got before you build new. So that's what we're doing. We spend a lot of money on it, as well as when we go into deferred maintenance, we might go into a park, fix something up, but we can add something to that park, and so we're maybe adding another amenity to the park or really sprucing it up. So we have these big buckets and we have these big needs.
Okay,
Yes.
Rosemary?
So some of these undeveloped and underdeveloped sites, are we looking at any of these with our stormwater and?
It's a great question. Thanks for asking. So if you give me 1 minute, yep.
Where you have, it could be a park
Yes.
one day and a lake another.
So here's what we're proposing moving forward. We're actually proposing to look at these undeveloped sites and underdeveloped sites and look to the future for joint outcomes, joint benefits. In the same vein as how we're looking at Bow Creek Golf Course right now, looking to open these sites in the future to both help solve some of our stormwater issues and recurrent flooding issues, as well as providing a recreational amenity to the public. So we're proposing, we're requesting $500,000. We take $250,000 from our existing fund balance, match that with $250,000, and do a detailed analysis we would get with stormwater, hire an outside consultant, and look at these sites in depth for which of these sites, because not all of these sites are going to have a useful need for stormwater. They might be really high ground. They might be in a well-drained part of the city. Other sites might be like, hey, you got a 5-acre site here. You got no park amenities here. We could use an acre or two of that, maybe 3 acres, maybe more, for a stormwater feature, as well as add some type of recreational amenity so that the public can get double the bang for the buck out of the asset. So that is our first request for $500,000 to start that. We would then use that analysis, come back in the future to start a new CIP program for what we call joint stormwater parks or parks and stormwater.
Okay, Jim Wood?
So who pays for the maintenance
Of these existing sites now, we're moving forward.
moving forward?
Moving forward, just like all of our park sites, we currently pay for the maintenance of those.
Pay for the maintenance of the stormwater feature?
All depends on the type of stormwater feature. So again, let me give you a couple examples. So these types of BMPs or stormwater features can be something as small as a rainwater garden that captures a little bit of water. They can be something as in-depth as something that captures a lot of water and treats it before it goes into an estuary or into the rivers or into the ocean. All depending on the type of park we're looking at, where it's located, what the flooding issue is in that area, and what the land can be used for. So it might depend on the type of BMP or stormwater feature put in terms of who would maintain it moving forward. Could be outsourced to a contractual company, could be stormwater, or it could be Park and Rec if it's within our capabilities to do so, all depending on the type of amenity. So for instance, if you think about Bow Creek Golf Course moving forward, if what happens there is envisioned happens, Park and Recreation will maintain the trails that would go in there, would maintain any of the recreational amenities. We're not going to maintain the stormwater BMP because that's out of our forte and out of our area of expertise.
John?
When you're looking at the larger sites, if there are any 5-acre sites, it probably would never be popular, but one of the things we know we don't have enough of, is, this gets back to our discussion the other day that Mr. Rouse brought up about affordable housing. One of the things that makes affordable housing so difficult is price of land. And this, in fact, is an area that's not efficient, meet on a lot of criteria. I would just hope that one of the things that we consider is that a parcel,
Sure,
for whatever reason, that could also make it possible to draw down the price of land, Habitat for Humanity, or whatever they could do. We could provide land to provide housing, because one thing we don't have is much land, and what we do have is very expensive. And one of the things that CDC that we do work with talks about is places to go and have partnerships to build because of the price of land. Just a thought, I'm not advocating any particular neighborhood park be a housing project, just consider that.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Here's an example of what would be a significant stormwater project. New York City is looking to redesign one of their parks, and these are parks that can be inundated and flooded periodically, but they don't have the types of infrastructure that'll be flooded that will majorly impact them moving forward. So this is what this park would look like without flooding, or here it is redone. Once they redo it, that's what it's going to look like when it's at peak flood. The floodwaters go away, so you might put in natural fields, you might put in infrastructure that can be flooded. When the floods leave, you're good to go. And that's some of the amenities we're looking at actually at Bow Creek as well. They can be. So there's some hardscaping, most natural turf. Gets inundated, floodwaters leave, you might have to hose it down, you have to get out there and pick up some debris, but you don't have electrical work, you don't have buildings, you don't have anything major in there that can be, you don't have synthetic fields in there, of course, in a flood zone. So again, our whole goal with this program is to really capitalize on our existing assets, and that's the land. How can we get some joint outcomes, joint benefits from these properties while continuing to work on our 10-minute campaign? Our goal is to get public recreation within 10 minutes of every household. We're doing really good there, 61%. Some of these parklands were acquired 20, 30 years ago. And I'd give a really good story. In my first few months here, I was out touring all the park sites. And as I was touring the park sites, we pulled up to one park, and there's a sign there, says the park name, and there's nothing there. We're just mowing the grass. And I said, wow, you know, what's up with this park? What's happening? Did they not want a park? Which is cool. If they didn't want a park, the neighborhood didn't want something here. And 2 seconds later, there's a knock on the car window, 10 a.m. on a weekday. Somebody saw the first question, when are we getting our park? So some of these folks have been waiting a long time, and so this is a way we can hopefully get in there, get some of these parks of people that have been waiting a long time, some of these park sites, and really solve our stormwater issues, as well as get some recreational amenities in the ground for these folks, while at the same time increasing property values, increasing health and wellness, and all the social benefits that come with parks. There's one other request we're asking for, and that is $500,000 to start installing electronic gates and mag locks. This kind of goes back to the whole, I'm going to date myself here, the $6 million man. You know, we have the technology, we can do this. When we install these types of amenities in the parks, it can save a lot of time and a lot of efficiency. To where on a phone, we can open and close a park remotely, we can open and close bathrooms remotely, we can get the public in there and then get there within an hour cleaning the bathrooms and really become more efficient with our drive time and windshield time on our staff. So we can go into a lot of these remote sites, put these in. Electronic gates will close automatically. If you happen to get locked in there, it's okay. You drive your car up to it. It recognizes you and lets you out and closes behind you. Mag locks, open and close the bathrooms. We still have staff going in there multiple times per day, but again, we can open and close remotely for a lot of different reasons. So the technology is really good. We're testing it out right now. One of our parks, it's working very well. And we go in there and do this to a bunch of other parks at the same time.
Okay, Ms. Henley.
Well, I'll wait until he's finished.
And that is pretty much the synopsis there. Chad covered our recent accomplishments, what's in the works now, the $8.9 million in proposed projects moving forward for next year, our total capital needs. Like any city, there's a lot of them. Similar to roads, bridges, schools, libraries, stormwater, you name it, there's a lot of needs, as well as our request for increased funding for next year. Questions?
Well, now I get to talk about the open space program. I know a lot of those smaller parks probably came with neighborhood development, that they were required to dedicate a certain amount for a park, and then they just never developed it. But I suspect that those bigger parcels were parcels that were purchased out of the open space program, which began with the update of the 2000 Virginia Beach Outdoors Plan. And as this progressed, when we were first talking about this open space program, we talked about all kinds of particular ways that we might fund it. This was a nice editorial we got in the year 2000, and that time we were talking about maybe doing a referendum, or how would we fund this open space program, which had been, we identified particular sites all over the city, particularly in the northern part of the city, where there needed to be some open space preserved. And we used the 10-minute walk kind of thing and so forth, and all of that to identify, it's all here, some particular sites that if we didn't acquire them, were going to be developed. And many of them were sites that had been passed over because they weren't suitable for development, because they were too low or had development issues. And so what we came up with was a plan that was for the purchase of $50 million worth of property in open space, primarily financed by a dedicated funding source that we raised especially to acquire open space, and that was 0.44% of 1 cent on the meal tax. Plus, there was $5 million that came in from the ARP and a few other sources. But this kind of made up the long-range plan for purchasing open space. And we really were just thinking that it was going to be open space. We weren't worried about developing it, because we knew that if we didn't get some open space around the city, it was soon going to be developed. It may not be developed very well. And so that was why we raised the meal tax specifically for that purpose, 0.44% of 1 cent on the meal tax. We did it at the same time that we were considering the convention center and the Sandler, and it was part of that major projects thing and so forth. But anyway, dedicated funding source. And we appointed an open space committee that would oversee those purchases. And there is still an open space committee, but it doesn't have anything to do because we ran out of money in about 2015. And we said, okay, we're just not going to make any more open space purchases. And I think it's time for us to restart the open space purchases. And I know the money has transitioned to be park development and maintenance, which is certainly necessary. But I'm not thinking that it should come from this meal tax that was specifically raised and dedicated for the purpose of open space purchases. When we look at this document that we have gotten from Dewberry, which talks about sea level rise and our policy adaptation, and we look at Goal 5, preserve and enhance natural flood buffers and open space. And in this goal, it specifically says that we should promote new conservation and preservation programs at the city while continuing to expand on current initiatives to propagate natural flood buffers and open space throughout the community. And objective 1 is voluntary acquisitions, conservation and preservation easements, build upon and enhance programs for preserving open spaces citywide. I think there are plenty other places, and we will be identifying these corridors in the next few weeks and so forth, where there are some gaps that maybe we need to make certain that those parcels don't develop, because they should be a part of our flood control program. And maybe some of them would make a park if it was a dry time, or maybe some of them just need to stay undeveloped. But I really believe that we need to refund this program, make open space, as this proposal suggests, a part of our, a conscious part of our stormwater infrastructure, because there's still plenty of it out there that is endangered, and we need to make sure we are keeping development out of these places that we know are going to flood. And we know we can't just do it and not, because that sort of gets to be a condemnation kind of thing, or in many cases, in various ways, and it doesn't have to be all from the city acquiring it or so forth, but this needs to be a conscious part of our stormwater system, our stormwater infrastructure, our green infrastructure, our whole idea of living shorelines and so forth. But if we had not acquired, through the open space program, Stumpy Lake, Pleasure House Point, the Marshview property, which of course we got from the Navy, but so forth. You can just go down that whole list of properties that we acquired with the open space program, and we see an awful lot of properties that we are mighty glad didn't develop because we purchased them for open space. And anyway, I just think it's a program that needs to be refunded. I keep saying every time we go to appoint somebody to the open space committee, hey, they don't have anything to do, there's no money. But this is something that I think the public very much wants, and I think we ought to consider it, and I think it needs to be a part of this budget, because we're right where we were in 2000. If we don't continue to preserve the open space, something else will happen. And I really hope that we will. I think the restaurateurs have been very delighted as they've been collecting that money to be able to tell people that part of your tax goes for preserving open space.
Anybody else? John?
Can you go to slide 18, please? The evaluation of undeveloped sites, I think that was it, you just had it. That comes from the city real estate assessor, that's the assessed value from the real estate assessor's office, that valuation of 47.27 million.
No, if you go back to where you were,
I don't understand what that number represents.
So we have gone through, we actually have well over 55 sites that are undeveloped, but we know there's a good 15, 17 that we would never touch. They're totally in
That's
floodplain.
the
They're
money
totally
to
what.
develop the sites?
This is our ballpark estimate based on average park, average cost to build a park, average amenities, average number of acres. That would be the ballpark. This is before you go to the public and ask them what they want to win that park, because could be.
Just from the real estate, can we
That's
get what
to develop the park site with recreational amenities.
I'd just like to know what the real estate assessor says its value, what the value of the property itself is. I know
I'm sure it's much higher than that, but we can find that out.
I would like to know that.
Sure.
And going back to when I was the Kentsville Borough Council member many, many years ago, when we had boroughs versus districts, remember, Barbara probably remembers, we
gonna
increased the
remind you.
real estate tax 0.7%.
This
For-
was his project, John Moss.
That's right, to propose a tax increase for parks, to buy up these neighborhood parks. But the point I was gonna make is
proposed a tax
how the 0.7% gets siphoned off, and the purpose for which it adopted gets absorbed and diverted to fund other stuff, and the purpose for which it gets adopted gets supplanted, which is what is happening here. And that just shows you, unless you have long-term institutional memory and people stick up for the integrity of the purpose, you lose what the funding was supposed to accomplish. But that's an editorial comment. Could you go to slide 23, please?
I'm buying a lot.
I have a long memory.
I'm still focused on proposing a tax.
That's why I'm buying
I
a
can't
lot.
compete with Barbara's. Now, I assume with these entrances with the automated gates, good on you, also are Wi-Fi cameraed or something, so you can actually, not just the things visually, but later when the park's closed, is there some kind of a camera system that's tied into some larger observation?
Cameras are not part of this CIP request. Not something we couldn't do or shouldn't do or wouldn't do, but it's not part of this. That's a whole other cost. Maintaining that, who's gonna record it, who's gonna replace it. But yes, cameras are big in some park
Really,
systems,
they're
when needed.
Really, they're by exception, if you think about it. People can put GoPro and these little hunting cameras things.
Yep.
What you're really wanting to know when an incident happens at a park,
Yep.
how do they get there? And it's just, I think, how do you deal with the incident versus a continuing thing? So you're not trying to get the Dominion Power, keep the Surrey power plant safe kind of camera system.
That's
but
correct.
Dealing with the incident. It's just something to consider. Maybe it's only good at problem parks.
That's
And
what I'm
sure you-
used to.
And I'm sure you have those. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sabrina?
Great presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Kirschman, I was speaking with some residents, and they brought up a concern about basketball hoops and different things that are at recreation centers, and they said to me that they saw a diminishing number of them. And so I wanted to find out, and I was going to send you an email later on to see, but I want to find out how, I guess, what our inventory is.
Sure.
For, you know, basketball hoops or basketballs at recreation centers or parks. Because they said to me there was a diminishing number in Princess Anne in those areas.
We have the
So I
inventory. I can send that to you. I don't know of any cases where we've ripped out basketball courts, but I'll defer to Chad on that.
The only basketball courts that I'm aware of is if we've taken rims down based at the request of the community. I don't recall demolishing any basketball courts, or if we have, we've replaced them with another basketball court.
Let me, I'd like to get an inventory of
Sure.
those
We'll send it to you.
that were taken down and what we have now.
Yep.
So that I can, when I do have that conversation again, I have the facts and I can tell them
Yep.
what we actually have.
Sure.
Thank you.
Aaron?
I do know there are some deferred maintenance issues with some of our basketball courts around. They never play out there a lot as well. But a point of pride, I just want to say our park and recreations are, the best in Hampton Roads, I would say. And I know council members past, you guys have funded Kentsville Rec Center, which is outstanding and beautiful. And I just want to say you guys do a great job, and I think this is it's a point of pride for our city. Not only for that, but for those, younger millennials and for our elderly who take advantage in there and they go in there into the wave pool, and not the wave, but the resistance current pool there.
Yep.
At Williams Farm, and it's something I use quite often in my recreation center, and it's a lot cheaper than one like some of the other organizations. So keep it up, man.
Thank you.
Great job.
Well, great park systems don't happen overnight. They happen over decades with strong leadership at the elected level, city management over the long term, as well as public involvement and public support. When you have all three of those over the decades like we've had here, you end up with the system that we have.
Okay, Shannon?
I don't know if there's any plans for our future rec centers, but I met with a gentleman last night who's interested and was inquiring about therapeutic pools and hot tubs for our aging population. And he was surprised, having moved from a larger city here, that we don't have that.
We do not.
And especially since we have such a nice rec centers and nice program, he was inquiring if we had any plans to do anything like that in the future.
Couple sounds.
Not concretely, but I will tell you, as I believe most of you know, we are currently engaging an outside consultant to look at the big three, Great Neck, Bayville, as well as Princess Anne and SeaTac, to talk about the future of those rec centers in terms of modernization, renovation. What are we going to do with those over the long term? And that could be one of the things we're looking at, as well as many others, in terms of if we do renovate those and when, what goes in there. Do we do a warm therapy pool as well? Those are expensive. It's another whole tank, another whole HVAC system. But there's lots of options in terms of what the future of those facilities could be over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years.
Rosemary? And then Barbara.
I want to thank you and the staff for the students on the swim program that y'all have done so beautifully with. And we're finishing up, I think, our 4th year.
That's correct.
And it's amazing how, we'll never know what lives we're saving with these children learning to swim. So when you have a chance, if you could let us know how many children you think have gone through the program, and how many schools does it encompass now?
We're up to 27 schools right now. Started with 4 schools 4 years ago. We've expanded to 27 schools at this point. Last year, we served 2,020 second graders in that program alone. So we're hitting a couple thousand kids per year now. And that, to your point, that will make a difference in somebody's life, because learning to swim is a life-saving, lifelong skill. It's
Well,
a
it's
great
the second
program.
The second highest cause of death for children 15 and under.
That's right.
Well, particularly in
Drowning.
our area as
Is
well.
drowning. Pardon me?
I said, and especially in Tidewater in our area.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if they said if drowning was a disease, it would be
Hey, Jess?
right up there.
Oh, I thought somebody was informant. I had a question about where we were going towards, with the rec passes, if there had been any, I know last year I had a conversation about, going to like an app system for our rec passes. And so, I mean, I know that when I go to the rec center, I try to bring as little stuff as possible.
Yep.
So I mean, have we made any progress?
Not that I know of at this time, but I'll get back to you on that. I'll check on
But I
that.
think we really should look at going to, if I can just scan my app when I'm walking in, that can't be that complicated.
The future, there's a rec center being designed right now up north. You walk in the door, facial recognition.
Yeah,
You don't
I
even need the
know.
app anymore.
I don't know
walk
about
right in.
facial recognition, but
It's the future.
I definitely think I should be able to download the app and go beep like I
You
do
can walk through an
everything
airport,
else.
it knows you, and you can walk on a plane. That's the future.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Okay.
Barbara, do you have something? Barbara?
When we had the recreation center referendum back in the 86, 87 timeframe, and with that referendum, and we did schools and roads and recreation, for each question, we identified the amount of tax increase that would be necessary to fund that referendum. And I forgot something. Forgotten which rec center it was. It was probably Great Neck or something, one of the first ones that we funded. And I'm sure it's been 20 years and that bond has been paid off, but that tax increase is still there. Is that particularly dedicated to the recreation center maintenance, or how are you using that money?
It's a question for David.
Mr. Chairman, I think it started at 3.8 cent, and then we moved it to 4.6 cent with when CTAC came online. Right now, that dedication is just under 3.5 cent. We reduced it, just like we did the general taxes, from $1.22 to 89 cent when we had that big assessment bump. And right now, it funds the staffing and maintenance of the 7 rec centers. It, along with fees, it funds the rec center project that you saw. And part of the goal in the long run is to accumulate money so that when we ultimately have to do what Michael was just talking about, renovate, replace, that we use that money for that purpose.
It's the 3.5 cents on the tax rate is what, close to 20 million a year?
Yeah, they're.
And so that's going to the rec center operation, maintenance, and the CIP and so forth. So that referendum is still funding.
It continues. Yes, that's correct.
It's a large part of our operating budget. Fact to know.
And without it, you would not be Hammond, Bow Creek, or Kempsville. You would have had a major bill to deliver those projects. And it builds reserve, but it also comes in to their rescue to fix and maintain that huge investment. It is not a small.
I think that's an instance of a tax that was raised for a specific use, and that is retained. And because I think that's important. When we raise the tax and dedicate it for a particular use, it needs to stay. And I really compliment you on doing that, because that's the way it should be.
I know we offer discounted memberships for those in low-income housing as well. I was just wondering, can we kind of brainstorm on an idea where we just offer a window this summer, maybe 2 hours, 3 hours for kids who don't necessarily can take advantage of those discounted memberships, and then also for places for young teens and places people to hang out, because they don't have the mall or anywhere else to hang out, and kind of get them out the house and off the game. If we just offer a window, maybe 2 hours, say, hey, you can come here for 2 hours, play around, whatever, and maybe implement a program like something like that.
There might be, I mean, Kev, if it's okay if I can build on, I think that might be an interesting idea from a marketing perspective too. I know a lot of families don't necessarily want to take the leap into doing like the family membership without really getting to test. I think that I think that's a really good idea. I think there might be an opportunity.
I've been here 1 year now, and I do know that we offer family fun days where it's free to the entire public. Come on in all day, try the amenities out, have a blast, go in the pool. We did that at all the rec centers this past year. We typically do a lot of that stuff in July, which is National Parks and Recreation Month, as both to market our facilities, but also come on in and use the facility. So we do quite a bit of that, but we can always brainstorm some more ideas and kick things around.
Yeah, David.
I'd like to piggyback on that because I think Councilman Moss mentioned there's 40% of our students are needing.
Free or reduced lunch, and I believe there is a disadvantaged program already.
We do. We offer 50% discounts.
We could target those 40% and do some type of a program. I'd like to piggyback on.
As well as, like you said, just a place for kids to hang
Absolutely.
out these days. You know, they don't necessarily have a place anywhere to really hang out. There's not the mall anywhere. You know, to get on the ocean front, again, swimming, you may get in trouble. They go to the rec centers this summer, maybe a 2-hour window, say, hey, come here, get out the house. You know, parents get kids off the couch and rest for 2 hours. And it's something we can kind of help alleviate to get.
Sure.
It's something we can continue brainstorming and working around.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Good job.
is that it? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Guys, appreciate it. Okay, moving on to buildings and assets.
Hey, we got a couple lengthy ones coming up. I was just wondering if we could maybe hold the questions to the end. I truly appreciate, would that be okay?
Sure, me.
You know, because, you know, we just want to just be expeditious. But these are two very important items, so, you know, so just jot down your questions and we'll get.
So, Tom Nicholas is our facilities engineer and, running the show, so take it away, Thomas.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Dyer, Vice Mayor Wood, distinguished members of council, Mr. Hanson. Again, as Dave said, I'm Tom Nicholas, with our Department of Public Works Facilities Engineer. Joined in the room today with Mr. Barry Shockley, who's our Facility Management Administrator, runs the Facility Management Office, Mr. Gary Arnold, who is our Senior Architect, Mr. Tim Oliver in the corner, who has recently replaced Kevin Jensen as our Acting Director of Facilities Design and Construction, and Ms. Roxana Ebert is sitting here helping me with a number of things. So I'd like to talk to you about. Here's the clicker. Start off with a, not supposed to read this slide on the screen. The purpose of this was, it's in your binder. We had in the existing program 34 funded CIPs, 20.3 million in FY20 and 25.6 million in FY21. That's last year's budget. So the purpose of this is just as you go forward, you've got something in your hands that you can look back and see what the starting point was. Two of the existing CIPs are Public Works Building Maintenance CIPs dedicated to non-specific facilities. They provide $5.5 million in maintenance funding for the city's 797 buildings and pump stations. So of that inventory, there's 232 occupied buildings, 138 unoccupied buildings, and 427 pump stations. Facilities maintains the exterior of pump stations only. We are not the interior. These CIPs are for mostly new equipment or upgrades to existing systems. As an example, we put new HVAC split system into Fire Station 3 with CIP 3141. We put new HVAC rooftop units at the Bayside Library. We upgraded the Building 2 operations building bathrooms. Again, those are just examples of things we do with those maintenance CIPs. There's probably 75 more projects that were funded in any given year with those two. We also have 8 targeted building maintenance CIPs. These are CIPs provided to me for maintenance of specific types of facilities. There's additional maintenance funding for fire stations, so there's 19 buildings in that inventory, and that's $500,000 a year. The aquarium itself is a special CIP, $2.1 million a year. That's split between $1.4 million each year for the building itself and building systems, and $600,000 a year for the interior life support systems. Then there is the heritage buildings, which is currently at $625,000 a year and decreases a bit in the out years. That's for maintenance of Lynnhaven, Thorogood, and Francis Land House, which the aquariums and museums does. It also takes care of our work on Whitehurst Buffington, DeWitt Cottage, the old Coast Guard station, and the old C&P telephone building, and any other building that is deemed to be historic that requires a specific maintenance requirement. For example, heritage building maintenance, there is an upcoming project valued at right about $950,000 to do renovations to the Francis Land House. It takes care of a number of drainage issues, basement flooding, water problems, floor water problems, new heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. And we're also reworking what to do in the second floor as far as exhibit space in that building to make it conducive to a variety of programs that we would like to see put on there. The last 4 of the 8 targeted building maintenance CIPs, intermediate care facilities and renewal. These are federal dollars that come to us to help us do specific maintenance on city-owned intermediate care facilities and the leased facilities that don't include maintenance. We have approximately $300,000 to $4.4 million a year each year for the capital or for the convention center. Again, for capital improvements for the convention center itself. In the middle of that, you can see a funding requested. Mr. Dyer and Convention Center have requested $282,000 in additional funds in FY20 for the convention center, and I'll talk to specifically what that is in just a moment. Judicial center maintenance, the state provides us with $70,000 a year in money for use at the judicial center only. That funding comes from revenue from fines that they assess in the courts. And Veterans Memorial Sustainment, there is an error in your packet if you looked at closely. That was a $500,000 one-time last year that came in a $250,000 increment last year, $150 this coming year, and $100 the next year. To refresh the Veterans Memorial, which is across the street from the convention center. What's in the package is I mean, they must have been pretty excited if they saw it, but no, we're not funding it at that level at all. It's $500,000 to fix that up. As I mentioned, convention center maintenance, the additional $282,000 helps them convert their direct digital control system from a VLX Allerton control system to automated logic, something that's more up to date, something that's easier to maintain, something that will help them maintain temperature control in the building better. There's a long list of things that Mr. Dyer and his staff at the convention center do to keep that building running well. What do we do with things like the $70,000 for the courts, 3115? Again, the bathrooms in the court building were in quite poor condition, and so that's just an example of one of the projects we did before and after, left and right, of what a renovation in one of the bathrooms at the courts building looks like. So you may be wondering, we put all this money into maintenance, what does it do for us? Well, it really does a lot. If this diagram, the top red line shows where our sum of deficiencies would have been going since 2012 had we not invested in reduction of our backlog of maintenance and repair. The center light blue line, I'm sorry, the lower green line at the bottom is the funding that you have provided for our buildings, and that's everything except for the convention center, heritage buildings, and the intermediate care facilities, because their deficiencies, we keep them in a separate category. But as a result of the funding, which now is around 7.7, 7.2 in that range, we've been able to hold our backlog of maintenance and repair just under $40 million. And to you, that may seem like a lot. Oh my gosh, $40 million in deficiencies. We have about $1 billion in real property in the buildings itself. And so a $40 million backlog gives us we track a facility condition index, which is the deficiencies divided by the value. And so 40 million divided by $1 billion is 0.04. Anything under 0.05 is considered exceptional. So we're really doing well in maintaining the inventory that we have. Thanks to you, we're not asking for more funds in this category, but we are asking for your continued support in maintaining the inventory that we have. I also track 6 asset CIPs. Asset CIPs are CIPs for items that are related to buildings but are not buildings themselves. So there's 4 for fire, police, equipment, and training support, 1 for real estate acquisition, and 1 for landfill capping. The top one, fire apparatus 4, you can see that they're asking money to be taken away in FY20 with a plus up in 21 and 22. I don't buy this equipment, but I'm assuming that it has to do with permanent fire equipment with perhaps the Burton Station Fire Station and some other things that are coming online. Fire Training Center improvements is money provided to us by the state for improving the training equipment at Fire Training Center. Various site acquisitions is money that city manager and management services use to acquire sites if and when we need to do that. Landfill Phase 2 capping is funding that Mr. John Barnes uses in Public Works to cap sections of the landfill at Jake Sears when we have reached the end of useful life, and there is a FY21 $6 million amount there for the finalizing the capping of landfill Phase 1, landfill number 2, Phase 2, Phase 1. Okay. Public safety equipment replacement project, again, police vehicles, police department helicopter. We are about to purchase in 21 the second of 2 new helicopters. One of the CIPs which is managed within Facilities Management Group is the energy performance contracts. Again, Ms. Lori Herrick-Borden has been here a couple of times to talk to you about the great things she does. Last year, you were kind enough to give us $550,000 in annual funding to do good things in the world of energy. In 1819, Lori did an awful lot of LED installation She also did retro-commissioning on the Emergency Operations Center, Building 30, and an energy audit on the Correctional Center to identify more projects. She generally looks for projects that then she would implement with these dollars with payback of 7 years or less, and she has a pretty terrific record of doing that. So she's got a whole list of things that she does with the energy money. That's money that pays us back. On to our construction projects, the 3292 Marine Animal Care Center, pretty exciting new 18,000 square foot facility which will replace the leased facility on Norfolk Road. If you haven't been there, it's located off of Bells Road. If you're heading back to the dredge facility, construction was awarded last fall, and MEB Construction started to work there in August, and we'll be done about a year from now, and it's going to be a pretty exciting thing. Keeping with the aquarium theme, 3028 Aquarium Marsh Pavilion enhancements, and I'll drop back. That one and this next one, Aquarium Marsh Pavilion Phase 2, the veterinary clinic, were for contractual purposes combined into one project for award. We did go out, finish the design, went out for bids, opened bids last week, and the low bidder has been selected, and we're currently in verification of all those documents prior to making that construction award. We hope to have a notice to proceed in April. In this particular one, there is a request for $1 million from the city and $800,000 from the foundation for a total new amount of $1.8 million. You're probably wondering, Tom, how can you award the project if you need $1.8 million this summer? We have enough to make the award now. We'd be way short in contingency, so the $1.8 million enables us to have enough money in the CIP to get to the end of construction with the normal changes that occur. Again, the Marsh Pavilion enhancements in the veterinary clinic are going to make the aquarium certainly a very special place at the south end. Also for the aquarium, we are in the middle of a $500,000 study for the aquarium seal exhibit. If you've gone to the aquarium, you know that the seal exhibit is on the outside of the facility. They'd really like to know if it's possible to make that an enclosed exhibit, which meets their USDA requirements. Also want to look at the front of the building and see if we can improve the member entrance, member drop-off, and the experience as you come up to the aquarium, and we're going to take a look at that, and we'll have some results back in August, which I'm sure will be brought to you in this type of discussion next fall. The aquarium also has, and a number of you may have read it, there is the Alice Creek Master Plan. Been done for some time, is what the aquarium would like to grow to look like. Part of that involves possibly expanding the aquarium to the north, which is where their existing parking is. No decisions have been made on that. But in order to do that, you have to know where would you put the parking. So we're in the middle of a parking garage study, which you funded for us last year, to look across General Booth Boulevard at the facility, or the parking lot, which is adjacent to Camp Pendleton, wanting to know, could we put a parking garage there? What could we obtain out of it? Could we get more space for parking and for some large vehicles, and also meet some of the needs that Camp Pendleton has brought to us as far as parking some of their vehicles? Project that was excited when it was funded a couple years ago was the Virginia Beach Public Library Transformation Project. We are now in construction for Phase 1, so we're doing renovations at Kempsville, Bayside, Princess Anne, and Central Library right now. Phase 2 construction will be in October through February of 2020, which is Great Neck, Oceanfront, Windsor Woods, and Pungo Blackwater. Ms. Henley, I have confirmed that Windsor Woods is in this package, and I misspoke at your public meeting. 344 Police 4th Precinct. Again, this project is going along quite well. We started construction on that in March of last year. That project will complete in the July-August timeframe of this coming year. It sits right next to the old police precinct facility there on the backside of the library. You may be wondering, well, what are you going to do with the old building? So one of the things I've observed, and Councilman Moss has pointed out a couple times too, we don't often build a new building and tear an old one down, so that is a possibility. But we're going to take a look at what other benefit to the city there might be in the use of that building, and we'll have a list of alternatives available by the end of this summer. So we haven't just assumed we're going to move somebody else into it and expand, but we're also not going to discount the opportunity to avoid some future construction by making use of that existing building. Fire EMS station, Burton Station. As you know, this is a rather complicated development. The design of this 3-bay fire station isn't complicated at all, but we are coordinating it with the build-out of the road network, especially Tolliver Road, and also Public Utilities is building a pump station there. And as you might suspect, we actually can't complete the building until the pump station has been in place. And so we won't be although we're almost done with design, we won't be putting it out on the street until April for bid, probably a construction notice to proceed in July, and we'll finish that in September, which is about 2 months after the pump station is finished, and then that will wrap that up. Kind of a neat project that, again, you were kind enough to fund for us last year, is to put an emergency generator on the EMS headquarters facility. That was the former Adult Learning Center that we purchased from Virginia Beach City Public Schools, and using a really nice conservative amount of money, converted that into headquarters for Virginia Beach EMS. That design has been completed. We are about to go out on the street for bids, and we'll get that awarded and construction contractor started in June and finish in December. What that enables us to do is operate that EMS headquarters as a backup emergency operations center anytime during the year in any conditions. There are also some efforts underway between EMS and between information technology to make some additional enhancements to the 311-911 system in that building, so that function could also transfer to that building if in fact we needed to. Really nice redundancy to be able to do that at a different location. Project for the sheriff, CIP 3523, the Correctional Center Master Control upgrade. Master Control in the sheriff's office is the place where they have all the video monitoring of what goes on in the correctional center. It's also the place where they control access in and out of doorways, on a whole number of security features that the police and that the Sheriff's Department has to have for deputies to operate safely in the correctional center. Phase 1 was done very traditionally and is with the video storage upgrade, and that was done and complete. Phase 2, you may remember, was a PPEA that came in. That was briefed to this group, and it was approved. It's currently under legal review, expected to be executed, and we should have a notice to proceed for that in March. And again, that would be done. That takes approximately 2 years for them to make those upgrades, mostly because you can't have access to the whole correctional facility at one time. Safety one that's really important to me, has been for a number of years, arc flash mitigation. Again, we are just 2 years from complete of replacing the 41 arc flash 4 panels at the ocean front. Again, predominantly separating the distance between the transformer, a main switch, and the actual panels so that we can work safely in those, protects the workers from arc flash, keeps the public safe in doing work at the boardwalk, and also is much safer for our vendors and the people we supply power to at the ocean front throughout the year. Building 2 electrical upgrade. This design is also just recently finished. The electrical system in Building 2 was put in, it was the late 70s. That switchgear needs removed and replaced, as well as a number of electrical upgrades for the automatic transfer switch, so that when we have power outages and the generators come on, we get immediate power into the operations building, which is tremendously important because our servers are in that building, and that keeps our IT system up and running. Again, design is complete. We have been out on the street. We are waiting for bids to come in. We'll have a notice to proceed in April, and that project will be done within a year. Next project, 3072, City Hall replacement. That project, I have talked with you a number of times. For those who are new on council, if anyone would like an overview of what the deficiencies were in that building, we started in January of 2016 with a policy paper to council. This is the 11th time I've been here, but we went through a rather traditional process in the summer of 16, $250,000 was appropriated to study this facility and what we might do. We went through that in the spring of 17. We talked to you about the space requirements in the building. We talked to you about 7 alternatives. Also talked to you about a competing offer that came in from the private sector. In the fall of 17, we selected one of the alternatives and proceeded with design. We are now completed design. This last budget cycle, the July of last year, the CIP was fully funded, and so we are out on the street right now. The advertisement for construction bids is in the paper as of last week, with bids due on the 30th of April. If all goes well, we would break ground in this summer, probably in the July timeframe, with a construction completion date 2 years from now, a move-in and facility opening in the fall of 2021. Project that we've been needing for quite some time, also underway, central plant generator. You may or may not know, there are 17 buildings in the municipal center that get heat and cold from a central plant that makes hot water and cold water, and we pump it around in pipes and put it through air handling units and, various features within buildings. So we never had any backup power for that. So if we lose power, we lose heat and cooling in the facilities that are serviced. So this project provides actually two 2.75 megawatt generators. They're quite large to power this in a contingency. And because of where it is in the historic district, it comes with a shell of a building that makes it look representative of the architectural features on the site. Again, that design is done. We have advertised for construction contractors, waiting for successful bids to come in. We'll start in May and finish by January of next year. Several years out, there's a project in the CIP to replace the escalators in the courts building. Again, Judicial Center has 8 escalators that cover 4 floors. That's how we move most of the 1,500 people up and down 4 floors all day long. There is a set of elevators for handicapped folks and for some internal staff. Most people move on the escalators. They're now 27 years old. 20 years is pretty old for an escalator. So we literally have an electrician who works over there all day long, resetting the escalator 6, 7, 8 times a day. So this is funded. We're just about a year and a half away from money for design. Beach maintenance facility replacement. Again, probably one of the most challenging facilities in the city. 14th, 15th, and Park. It is home to Public Works operations that do the oceanfront maintenance, also the building maintenance staff, and some Parks and Rec landscape services. It's across the street from the HRT bus depot. We need about 24,000 square feet of building and 26,000 square feet of covered storage and 300,000 square feet of paved area. What that means, we need about a 12-acre site. Everybody goes, wow, where are you going to find 12 acres in the ocean front to put a facility like this? Well, we're working on it. We got some ideas. Next time I talk to you, hopefully I will have a list of successful locations to put it. But we're not funded in that until possibly FY24, so we'll get it done by then. Last year, you gave us, I call it smart money. You did approve for us $250,000 a year to do facility planning, which we've never had, which I put in the hands of Mr. Gary Arnold sitting over here to help us think in advance of what we should do instead of just proactively reacting to needs as they pop up. This current year, we're looking at the renovation of the public safety building and the programming and what that would take. So when I bring you a CIP for that, it will have more teeth to it than we've had in the past. Going to take a look at Building 1 repurposing, looking at the Law Enforcement Training Academy. Again, a lot of talk about that piece of property where that sits and whether there is a need or not a need to replace that. And some municipal center facility renovation sequencing. We don't ever want to build another new building at the municipal center. What we want to do as we create the space from the new city hall is move people from a congested space to a renovated new space and move around the municipal center till everybody's had their facility renovated and we don't have to build a new building. And in the process, we think we can take some excess square footage away. So that's part of what that money does for us, and it's really nice to have. That's the existing program. Requests for new CIPs, many of these you have seen before. I'll go through them quickly. There is still a need to replace the Euclid Yard facility, which is located in the Pembroke SGA. Euclid Yard is where Parks and Rec Landscape Services, Public Works Fleet, and Public Works Highway Operations sit to service the western and northwestern corner of town. Those fuel stations, which are in the lower left-hand corner of that little graphic, fuel all of our police, fire, and EMS vehicles in the western side of town. That's an important site. Again, Parks and Rec Landscape Services also services all public lands and all schools and all parks on the western and northwestern side. So we want to relocate that to, we need about 10 acres, and we're working on it, is all I can say. Parks and Rec Construction Yard, again, those of you who, if you haven't been to the old Nike missile site, it's worth stopping down there. That is where Parks and Rec does most of their maintenance on playground equipment. They need a 12,000 square foot building, a warehouse and welding shop, and we're currently looking at a place where that might go. Another facility that's been on the list for a while as far as facilities that need to be replaced are the Public Works stormwater facilities at Dam Neck. They currently have 11,000 square feet of portable and temporary buildings which are going to run out in their shelf life. They need replaced with a single building, and so we have a project that has been generated to build a new building which would move them out of those temporary buildings and get us out of that situation. Public Works composting. I think Mr. Johnson and others from Public Works will talk about the waste management fee a little later, but part of that project, or part of that, is to find a way to create a city-owned composting facility. You know, we had the facility on Taylor Farm. We had some performance issues at that location and aren't doing business with that vendor anymore. Currently doing business with HRRC and also moving some composting mulch facility to our own. This is one of the facilities that would go in the ITA. It's part of the municipal facilities in the ITA master plan. Again, it's mulch. It's not garbage. There is also a CIP listed for Jake Sears Convenience Center. If you're like me, you've probably a couple of times a month, you drive down to Jake Sears with stuff in the back of your car and you drive over into the household area to drop it off. And I'll tell you, if it's been rainy or muddy, it's a challenge. So this is a very practical CIP that provides an elevated and paved surface for citizens dropping off waste at the landfill. It's pretty simple, but it's something that is nice to have. SIPSA Waste Transfer Station. So the SIPSA Waste Transfer Station sits on the corner of Concert Drive and South Rosemont, right next to Operation Smile. That piece of property is pretty valuable. And so we have a desire to relocate that SIPSA Waste Transfer Station into the ITA to allow an alternative use of that piece of property and also provide a new modern facility for SIPSA. Again, that would go into the ITA along with the mulching facility. Building 1 renovations. Maybe too early to talk about this, maybe not. I assure you, if we move into a new city hall in the summer of -- the public will certainly be asking, as will I, well, what are you going to do with the old building? We're not tearing it down. The building is an icon to the municipal center, but we do need to completely gut it. So we will remove all the hazardous material, modernize the MEP infrastructure, build it out as much open, reconfigurable workspace as we can on the inside, making it more energy efficient and operationally efficient. We're currently in the middle of a study with the study that Gary Arnold has, looking at 4 departments in the Public Works operations, in the operations building, Public Utilities, Public Works, Planning, and IT, to see which 2 departments, from a business perspective, fit best into this building. So we haven't exactly defined the use yet for that, but it's going to come on us pretty quickly that we need to have a plan as to how we're going to use it before we get too far along with the new City Hall. EOC space renovations phase 2. Last year you provided the emergency operations, emergency management with $500,000 for essentially new IT equipment. They did a lot with that. There are a number of things they would like to do to renovate the rooms in the Emergency Operations Center, really the EOC policy room and the Joint Information Center. It's lighting, mechanical, soundproofing stuff. If you spend a lot of time in there, you'll see that there are some things that could be done to enhance that building. A request that really Barry Shockley gave to me this year, pointed out to me how much we needed. It's a request for $250,000 a year for upgrades of building security and access security. Whether you know it or not, we spent $70,000 on City Manager's Suite last summer in kind of a hurry in order to upgrade the Linnell access system to keep us safe while we're having these types of meetings. We're seeing more and more of those types of requests come in from the city to just make sure those coming into our public buildings have a reason to be in those public buildings. We also have some existing security systems, believe it or not, already that are 15 years old and need replaced. So it's money for that as it comes up. Looking ahead, we will have a requirement for the public safety building renovation. Again, we're in a study phase right now looking at what that could require. That's a 1974 building that houses 1st Precinct, police admin, detectives, investigators. We would like to be able to move them out into city-owned swing space in the municipal center, renovate that building and put them back. So that's part of the advantage that the new city hall gave us, is the extra space to not have to go out and rent a space for the police to operate out of for a couple of years. We will have city-owned facilities that they can move into while we renovate their building and put them back. Law Enforcement Training Academy replacement. Again, there is not a defined need to replace that yet, but that piece of property that it sits on the corner of Birdneck and 264 and shares with Pathways and Treasurer's Office is owned by Virginia Beach City Public Schools. I know Virginia Beach City Public Schools could use the cash. And that discussion is probably going to come up as to when could the city possibly move off that so they can sell that and use that for some of their expenses. For that reason, we're in the middle of a programming study right now to define what is a law enforcement training academy. We moved them into an old elementary school, and they got used to that, but we've been assuring them that just because you're in an elementary school doesn't mean that's what you need to do your job. So we're in the middle of that study. We have a site we're looking at the end of Leroy Road. We had some environmental work that we're doing there at the former range facility that you may have heard about, studying what we need to do to make sure that site is clean. We'll also make sure that this facility can fit at that site before we move forward with anything like that. Police have asked us once again to acquire funds for a firearms training unit range facility study. Police, sheriff, and others right now do most of their range training at Academy Firing Range in Moyock, North Carolina, and they pay $600,000 a year to do that. They're in the fifth of a 10-year agreement that enables them to do that. There's always concern that perhaps that facility won't stay forever, and or there might be a more cost-effective way to do that within the city limits of Virginia Beach. So they've asked us to acquire, if we can, $250,000 in funds to look at what type of range training needs to be accomplished here, where might you accomplish it here, what land might be available, so we can have a better discussion about whether or not that's possible. I will tell you that constructing, owning, and operating military-type ranges is extremely expensive. And so part of that study would also be to put those cards on the table as to what exactly this type of change might cost. Emergency Medical Services has asked us to request $4.6 million for an EMS station at Green Run. If you've been over to the Green Run Fire Station, they do not have EMS bays, and so EMS is a little handicapped in responding to residences and businesses between Dam Neck Road and Salem Road. And so if there were room in the budget, they would like to have a standalone EMS station to service that. Similarly, Fire is asking for funds in the amount of $8 million for a Princess Anne Commons Tidewater Community College area fire station. It would service a similar area, but really a little more this way because of the biomedical park and some areas that the fire station is really interested in servicing. I have a typo on my thing. This does not reduce fire EMS response. This is just a fire station alone. It is not joint fire EMS. Fire Department has also asked us to ask for funds to, in the amount of $10.5 million to replace the warehouse facility that they currently lease. They need a 20,000 square foot warehouse, conditioned and unconditioned air space, which is where fire has a lot of supplies. That's really worthy if you haven't been out there to see what they do. They receive, distribute, bring back damaged goods, and conduct that all out of a central location. And so they have asked us to explore funding to build one of those. I'll let you know the lease amount is $197,000 a year. I'll be frank, it takes a while at $197,000 a year to spend $10.5 million. Correctional Center renewal. Correctional Center is not new. It's been there a while. There are a number of very basic things that need done to keep that facility moving forward. This is not a sexy CIP at all. This is recoding showers, replacing laundry and kitchen equipment. They've got some issues with they would like bird netting in the Sally Port. Flooring needs replaced, vegetation space needs upgraded. It's a list of 40 or 50 things they would like to do in there, and they need dedicated dollars to do it. Correctional Center would also, as our drone technology increases, the threat of drones entering into the recreation yard to take pictures, drop things off, pick things up becomes ever more of a possible threat. And so they've asked us for funds to design and construct a canopy over the recreation yard. Francis Land House, Aquariums and Museum would also like us to acquire $2.5 million to construct a new 3,000 square foot facility behind the Francis Land House to replace the existing visitor center. So we talked earlier about a $950,000 improvement from the Heritage Fund to bring the building up to speed as far as an historic property. The next thing that has to happen is the existing visitor center on the back needs to be detached. That's causing some moisture problems. And if you're going to do that, then you certainly have the place to put a nice visitor center similar to what we did at the Adam Thorogood House off the backside of Francis Land House. Virginia Aquarium has also asked us for $350,000 for an enhancement study. The IMAX theater isn't quite what it used to be with the public. People don't go to IMAX theaters as much anymore to watch what they used to watch. And so the aquariums are wondering, gee, if we didn't have that as an IMAX theater, what else could we do there? We also want to look at the relationship between the north building and the new enhanced south buildings and whether or not we might be able to do something innovative along that trail. In particular, we're going to take a look at some use of automated vehicles in an off-road environment and what that might happen. Again, just a study. We're not going to put anything in place, but see what we can do. So again, I thank you for your continued support. It's been 4 terrific years that I've been here. At this time, I'd like to entertain any questions you have about the existing or new CIP projects.
Jim Wood first.
Mr. Wood.
When was the Judicial Center built?
I'll have to find out.
Oh,
1993.
Approved in the 80s, I remember that.
Yeah, but it wasn't built in the 80s, I know
Well,
that.
the escalators are 27
93.
years old.
93.
93.
It opened in 93.
Okay,
But the construction.
because those escalators
Or
have not
27 years
worked
old.
since day one, I don't think, but, no, not the jail, yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, so those escalators haven't worked since day one, and I'm just wondering, are we gonna, the new ones, do we have hopefully some sort of confidence that they will work, or is there some
Well,
design flaw in the building that just makes escalators break?
No, that'll be my job. When we get to the point where we've got design funds, picking the right designer and picking the right vendors and getting enough teeth in the construction contract so it's put in accordance to specification and it's operated and maintained according to specification. All I can tell you is that's my job to make sure they do.
Yeah, the other thing, building 2 bathrooms, that's really good. They were starting to look like gas station bathrooms
Right.
there. It was pretty rough, but I saw them the other day. They look.
Yeah, we
really
did the
nice.
public utilities bathroom and public utilities funded that, which was wonderful. We've done the public works on the 3rd floor. We're on the 1st floor right now. And so, yeah, all of those buildings see a lot of public traffic and it was necessary.
Yeah, the other one I would talk about is the Law Enforcement Training Academy, and I would just remind everybody, well, two things. First one, I guess, maybe 10 or 15 years ago, we were approached by a big box Walmart that wanted to locate there, and at that time, they were going to replicate the Law Enforcement Training Academy somewhere else, and that didn't end up working out for a number of reasons. I think the Navy was concerned because it's either an APZ or high noise. But I think one thing we need to think about as we go forward on that particular thing with the schools is, in addition to being a training facility, it is a meeting location for the public. And it's pretty much the only one I can think of in that area of that size and down near the resort. So we need to think about what we can do or open up some other space or something, or perhaps have some sort of coinciding CIP project that maybe creates some space in one of the new buildings around the convention center or something like that for public meeting, because I think that it's pretty valuable space. You know, maybe not dollar-wise, but it's valuable to the community.
So when you look at that property also, the talk's all about Law Enforcement Training Academy, but really the hard facility to relocate is Pathways. Pathways is an exceptionally important building to Human Services, 17-bed inpatient care facility for a number of people with challenges. Not necessarily the type of facility that everybody wants in their neighborhood. So when you start looking at the relocation discussion, that's going to take some time to find the right place that we're able to do that successfully.
Anybody? John?
Could you go to slide, might be 4 or slide 5? Can't it moved quickly, and I don't know if it was 4 or 5.
What did you just?
HVAC split?
Yeah.
Fire
Go
station?
back, next slide, I noticed, since we have this thing, I'm surprised we're still placing, and I noticed other commercial people are great when they have the outside compressors. They're moving them up significantly in terms of their elevation. They're no longer just putting them flat on the ground like now. They are really moving them up a foot or more. So we need to be rethinking how we place these things in the future. That was just my comment there.
Okay.
But like all comments, it would be nice to know on this also the overall sources of funding, if it's debt or cash, and also the unexpended appropriation to date, what's left. On the Judicial Center, and I can't remember which slide that was, I want to compliment you on keeping your escalators working. That's something the airport could not do. so you should compliment yourself. If you've been out to Norfolk Airport, you saw they gave up on their little, not quite an escalator, but it's the same principle, moving sidewalk. But you might want to talk to your NAVFAC friends and find out who the vendor was for the escalators in the Pentagon. That's 25,000 people every day moving around in there, and that's all with the escalators. So you might want to check out who that vendor was.
I know
possibly.
exactly who to talk to.
Yep. Just as an insight. Slide 14, if you would, please. I think there was a picture of the landfill. That's what I was looking for. Maybe I got the page number wrong, but it was showing about
Oh,
that's the.
yeah, that's in the new projects, the landfill.
Yeah, sorry, I've got the page. Well, I can make my comment. I said this before last time. If we're moving that to facilitate economic development, that's a benefit for the city and economic development. The general fund should pay for that relocation. That should not be a burden placed on the trash fee, because we're doing it for the benefit of the general public to make that, that's the campus. We're trying to move the.
So we're moving the SIPSA waste transfer station, which is at the corner of Concert to the ITA.
Well, that will be a cost to us.
Yes, sir.
Because we're moving it. My point is, we are moving it for the benefit of making that property available for a higher use, not for the direct benefit of the people who get their trash collected, and therefore that's not a cost that should be transferred to that enterprise fund, but should be borne by the general fund because that's the thing that's driving it, a larger public benefit, not the collection of trash. I know I made that comment last year, but I wanted to just reiterate that.
Got it.
There was also a note on projects, the LED and all those things that are generating operating savings.
Yes, sir.
It would just be appropriate in the operating budget if you could show an audit trail where what was the programmed operating budget was actually reduced and how we're really capturing those budgetary savings, and they just don't effusively get spent, but are actually reallocated to higher priorities. That would be very helpful. There was, slide 29, if you would, please. This was the new facility at the courthouse that we were building, the chiller, I think it wasn't heater, I think that's that building, if I remember correctly, from this was. Yes. I don't know what, this gets back to elevation again, talking issues. I don't know under what storm situation or storm surge that building fails to meet and not flood. But I think these are things we always have to be thinking about today. But I think you should easily look at where the big doors and the other door are. I would think that you would want at least to make those watertight doors to ensure the integrity for as long as possible of that facility, given the investment. And that would be considered across the board in terms of new things we look at. Then there was the fire station you showed once again at, there at not Burton Station, but the airport park, industrial park there. And I think they removed that sail off of that. I mentioned the last time it had that little lift there, and I said, oh, is that so the hurricane can blow the roof off? And because that's exactly what that amounts to. They had that big sail in the front. I don't know what the engineering design of that is, but I don't think anyone in hurricane country would be looking to create a wing that would allow the air pressure to get up and lift the roof off. That just doesn't make any sense. I made this comment last year. I hope that advice was taken, but it really should be taken.
Plus, it's ugly.
Well, that's a whole nother issue, but I'm just getting to, if we're talking about all this hurricane, this and that, and storm, why are we building buildings that won't take the
So
storm?
I would assure you that it meets the hurricane wind load of 135 miles per hour for the coastal zone that we're in, because the structural engineer does that. Now, if we don't like it, that's a different issue, but it's not going to be a projectile.
My point is, anyone who thinks for the life of that building thinks those forecasted storm and wind things represent the future isn't talking to real scientists and isn't working off reality. We're building that for the past, we're not building that for the future.
Understand.
I would hope that at least that we have that courthouse out, this new city hall out for contract bid, that at least not before the reconciliation workshop, that we would not be awarding that in the event that I can convince a majority of my peers that that is not the highest priority for cash in light of the flooding of things that we face, that we would not award that contract.
So bids are due, Mr. Moss, on the 30th of April, and it would be highly unlikely for us to even be prepared to award within that next 6 weeks. And so it would be the middle of June if nothing happened at all.
All right, just expressing a view.
No, I know.
Policy's given direction. I understand what the manager can do without our consent. 45, please. Should be the shooting range. I think it was
45.
was 40 the shooting range? I thought it was 45. That's what I wrote down. I might be wrong. There it is, 45. We are really, once again, talk to some of your NAVFAC folks. DOD is moving a lot to simulators and reducing their footprint for what you need for live fire. And there are really some very good simulators today that are not the old, like you thought of your game machine, but are really live interactive urban environments. And that might be something that's worthy of a regional approach to spread the cost. And it's easier to upgrade software than it is to build new facilities. So we might want to make sure that we've included that as an alternative to what extent, and plus you can distribute them easier on a distributed basis, and they don't take up as big a footprint and can meet your legal requirements. So we need to make sure we've looked at that.
Okay, Barbara?
Yes, there's a very small city-owned building down at Cree's that sat vacant for a couple of years after the new Pungo Blackwater Library was built and attached to Cree's School, and I think that's one of the very few in the country that's built like that. But with conversations among the community at that time of wanting some place for seniors, especially to do things together, we requested to use that building, and we're now in the 12th year of the Senior Resource Center. And we just really couldn't have it if the city wasn't providing this facility, providing the building and maintaining it, but the operation of the facility is totally by the nonprofit and by the community. I don't think there's anything like that anywhere in the country either. But tomorrow happens to be our City Appreciation Day, and I think all of you council members got an invitation to come down and send it to folks who are involved. And if you didn't get a specific invitation, consider this your invitation. Just stop by anytime between 11:30 and 1, have lunch, because we always eat. And no program, no speaking, but we want you to have an opportunity to know how much we appreciate that the community has the use of this facility. We'd like for you to see how it works. Like I say, I don't think there's another one like it anyplace. We have folks come down from all over the city, and their comment is, we sure wish we had one in our neighborhood. I'm thinking that the use of the police facility, when you're looking for a use for that building, you might want to consider whether or not this could happen there. There's never a charge. Everything is volunteer and paid for, and it's really a fantastic facility, but we couldn't do it without having this building from the city, and we really appreciate it. You come down for lunch.
Thank you.
Lunch is always yummy.
Lunch is always good.
And they say there's no such thing as a free lunch. They say there's no such thing as a free lunch.
Hey, anybody else? Thank you for that detailed presentation, really appreciate it.
You're welcome, sir.
So, what he represented to you was 176 million in unrequested but unfunded. So we were very judicious in the way we were pursuing this, and many things that we're doing now took many decades to get on the table. We're on time, so I'd like to ask that we continue with the last briefing, Water and Sewer CIP. Our director, Bob Montague, I think it's about a 15 to 18 minute brief max.
Maybe 12.
12. He's looking for a raise. So his city engineer is going to do this briefing, and Steve, take it away.
Good afternoon, members of council, mayor, vice mayor. I'm Steve Motley. I'm the engineering manager for the Department of Public Utilities. I'd like to take the next few minutes to share with you our proposed secure capital improvement program. And this particular photo is a current project for us. It's one of our typical pump station replacement projects. Here they're actually preparing for a concrete pour for a second wall lift for a pump station that's about 35 feet deep, serves about 3,500 homes, several commercial establishments, as well as 4 schools located in the Thalia section of the city. This wet well is important for us. This pump station project, it's a new project. It's called a self-cleaning wet well that should help to reduce maintenance. So it's going to serve as a pilot project for future designs of pump stations for us. The water and sanitary sewer utilities provide essential services to our customers. To give a sense of scale of the infrastructure required to provide this service, I've listed our major assets here on this slide. The Department of Public Utilities is self-sustained through our Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund. That in turn is supported by the rates and fees that we charge to the customers. Our capital improvement program provides for an average investment of about $34 million per year to our water and sewer systems. Now we're going to move on to what our primary drivers for our CIP are. Most of the capital improvement projects performed on the city's water and sewer system are required to address aging infrastructure. By that I mean the timely replacement or rehabilitation of our water and sewer facilities before the severity and the frequency of failures become unacceptable. A second important driver for us is regulatory commitments such as the Regional Special Order by Consent, which is a mandate from the EPA and DEQ that obligates us to continuously evaluate our sanitary sewer systems performance, assess the system's condition, and then ensure we have sufficient capacity for wet weather flows, and then make timely repairs of any significant defects that we find. We also have other regulatory mandates such as the Safe Drinking Water Act on the drinking water side, as well as regulations and codes for worker safety. We also collaborate very closely with Public Works and align our upgrades or expansions of water and sewer facilities with highway and stormwater construction projects. In the next few slides, I wanted to give you a quick overview of some of our FY18 capital improvement program accomplishments. First up was our Lake Gaston HVAC replacement project. That project replaced a failed 23-year-old system with a more modern and efficient closed-loop system that uses large radiator-like devices called lake plates. These lake plates, which you can see in the attached photo on the right, are immersed in the pump station's wet well, and they use the lake water to help perform the cooling in a more efficient manner. Next is our Thalia Manor Neighborhood Replacement Rehabilitation Project located in the Lynn Haven District in the city. The Thalia Manor water and sewer utilities were installed in 1958. The sewer system was constructed of primarily clay pipe, has significant defects after nearly 60 years of service. This project completely rehabilitated or replaced the sanitary sewer system. Conversely, most of the water system was in relatively good shape with the exception of the valves, all of which were replaced. This project cost us nearly $7.7 million, and it is a good example of the magnitude of the investment required to address aging infrastructure within our neighborhoods. The utility enhancements in this service area represent an investment of more than $20,000 per home served. This is our pump station modifications program. This provides for the replacement or the rehabilitation of our aging sanitary sewer pump stations. In fiscal year 18, 2 pump stations were replaced in the Bay Cliff and Caroline Farms neighborhoods, and another 14 pump stations had significant rehabilitation work done to them to help us extend the useful life of that infrastructure. This program is referred to as our Find and Fix program, where we fix problems that cause things such as sanitary sewer overflows, operational problems such as sags or cave-ins, and defects that allow a lot of inflow or infiltration, i.e. stormwater, rainfall, or groundwater, into the sanitary sewer system. In FY18, we completed 32 projects under this program at an approximate cost of $3.7 million. And the last program I wanted to highlight is our vacuum valve monitoring system program. FY18, we completed installation of this program in the Sandbridge South service area. This program has allowed us to install this new technology in our vacuum system that allows us to quickly identify problems in the system, which improves our response time. It also allows us to find other things that impact the system, such as illegal connections. This effort has helped us to ensure better reliability and responsiveness to the residents in the Sandbridge South service area, which is located in the Princess Anne district, and we're currently under construction for the installation in the Sandbridge North service area. Now moving on to our proposed 6-year capital improvement program. Here you see an overview of that program. The total program is approximately $204 million, with about 31% allocated to the water and 69% allocated to sanitary sewer system. As in past years, obviously the sanitary sewer system dominates our CIP. This is due to the highly corrosive environment and the fact that there's much more sewer infrastructure than water, given the flat coastal topography of Virginia Beach. With our flat topography, our gravity sewer systems are limited and relatively contained to limit the depth of which we can go. It also results in a numerous amount of pump stations, which we have 412. In the next few slides, we will take a closer look at the 6-year totals shown at the bottom of this table. We have grouped the water and sanitary sewer projects in the 6-year program into various categories. Here you can see the categories for the sanitary sewer program. It shows you that about 60% of our $140 million sewer project funding is allocated to address aging infrastructure. Issues associated with aging infrastructure include main breaks, sewer stoppages, sewer overflows, equipment malfunctions, et cetera, all of which ultimately result in disruption of services that are essential to our citizens and which can impact public health and the environment. Moving on to the water CIP with a planned investment of about $64 million. The water CIP is considerably smaller than the sewer CIP, but again, aging infrastructure dominates the projects, accounting for about 72% of the approximate $64 million. Issues associated with aging infrastructure here are water line breaks, water service line breaks, equipment malfunctions, et cetera, all which could lead to water service disruption to our citizens. On this slide, I have broken down our water and sewer pipes by age. The blue slices of the pie reflect the fraction of our pipe infrastructure constructed before 1970. The red slices show you what was constructed in the 70s, green in the 80s, and so on. If you tally the slices, we can conclude that 69% of our sewer mains and 76% of our water mains are over 30 years old. While this is relatively young in comparison to other public utility infrastructure in other cities throughout the nation, you need to keep in mind that these things do not get better with age. The sustainability of our water and sanitary sewer systems will require ongoing commitment towards addressing our aging infrastructure so that we can ensure the continued provision of safe and reliable water and sanitary sewer service for the citizens of Virginia Beach. Here I have tabulated the top CIP requests for fiscal year 2020 or year one of the proposed 6-year CIP. These 9 projects represent approximately 81% of our new CIP appropriations and are mostly associated with aging infrastructure and roadway or stormwater coordination projects, also many of which would be considered aging infrastructure as well. So this is a continuation of the pump station modifications project that I spoke about earlier. It provides for the replacement rehabilitation of our aging sanitary sewer pump stations. In year one, we plan to replace 6 pump stations, which are located in the Lakewood, Eureka Park, Point of Woods, Arrowhead, Brigadoon, and Kings Grant neighborhoods. We also plan to do significant rehabilitation work on another 4 pump stations, including those located in Brandon, Lakefront Village, and Thorogood neighborhoods, as well as one of the pump stations that serve Town Center. Just to kind of give you an idea, the typical pump station has a 40-year life cycle. We have 412 pump stations, so we need to do about 10 or so a year, whether that's replacement or rehabilitation. This is also a continuation of a previous program I mentioned, our Find and Fix program, where we fix major defects in the sanitary sewer system to comply with our regional consent order, as well as address issues that result in sanitary sewer overflows or other operational problems. In FY20, we plan to complete about 22 such projects. Next up is a neighborhood water and sewer project for the Pembroke Meadows neighborhood located in the Bayside District. It also represents another significant investment in addressing our aging infrastructure. The Pembroke Meadows neighborhood is located east of Independence Boulevard, south of North Wichita. The water and sanitary sewer system was installed in the late 1960s. The water system is primarily cast iron. The sewer is primarily clay pipe. This situation is a little bit reverse of the one I spoke about earlier. The primary problem here is the water system and not the sanitary sewer system. The graphic you see in the slide depicts the extensive main break history we've had out there with the water mains. And so the water system out here will be completely replaced or rehabilitated, and the sewer system will be much more targeted in terms of what we replace out there. This work is being done in 2 phases. Phase 1 is everything north of Pembroke Boulevard, and phase 2 will be everything south of Pembroke Boulevard. Next is our water transmission system upgrade program. This program is used to address the aging infrastructure and system reliability with our water transmission system. In year one of this program, we plan to do work at the Lynn Haven Water Pump Station, which is located near the Kings Grant neighborhood. We also will perform condition assessment on the water main along Wesleyan Drive and perform tank coating repairs at one of our tanks at the Columbus Loop located near Town Center. This is our coordination project with Public Works, Roadway, and Stormwater groups, where water and sewer betterments are done in conjunction with their projects. For example, the year one projects include Nemo Parkway Phase 2A, Windsor Woods drainage improvements, Cleveland Street, Clearfield Avenue intersection improvements, Phase 1, 2, and 3, Rosemont Road, Phase 5. For Rosemont Road, this CIP is water only. The sewer portion was significant enough that it warranted its own CIP. This is also a roadway coordination project with Public Works and VDOT that will loop 2 water systems along Elbow Road and provide for better customer service in terms of redundancy and water quality for our customers. In closing, as you have seen, our CIP is primarily driven by addressing our water and sanitary sewer aging infrastructure and improving those systems to provide safe and reliable services to our citizens, all while complying with applicable regulatory mandates such as the regional consent order. Thank you for your time today, and we'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Questions? Anybody? John?
Page 7, if you could, please. I think that's the Sandbridge vacuum system. I think.
Number 8.
Number 8, okay. Oh, yeah, I did write over it. Now, I remember about when we had the flooding, and many exchanges, some of them came from Mr. Leahy over there as well, about how the vacuum system was not designed for the load that's now on it because of the increase to condos, plus every house has to have 10 bathrooms, and all those kind of things, and it was undersized to meet that need. So I know obviously you've done some kind of sensor things that kind of tell you, so when the sensor, because obviously the system must still be overstressed, and the sensors are your way of trying to mitigate the failure of the system by doing something when the sensors tell you. So what is it the sensors are telling you, and how long can we be managing the stress on the system at the current capacity?
So to kind of address the overall more broader concern that you're talking about, we have a pump station, a new pump station that's being built or will be built down at the south end by Little Island Park. That's actually in the bid phase now. That will take off the condos, the resorts, the Baja, the real estate agency, and I think a bait and tackle shop. So that will reduce some of the load on the station. So that's one thing we're doing.
So that's going to be a traditional pump thing.
That'll be a traditional gravity pump station. Yeah, right.
Very good.
Additionally, for the larger homes, we, starting in February of last year, any home that's in a vacuum sewer area, whether it's Sandbridge or Allenton or somewhere else, if it requires a 1-inch water meter or larger, they have to install their own dedicated pit. So it's their pit for themselves. It's not shared with other homes. This helps us in terms of immediate response. So it tells us things such as, I'll give you an example. This past June, when we had the severe rain event and the southern tides, they give us information about how many times these valves fire. So a typical valve should fire about 25 times a day. We had valves that were firing 700 times a day. So we were able to find a particular home that had all 4 roof drains or gutters connected to our sanitary sewer system.
So that's the illegal connections you
Correct.
spoke of? I hope they get fined for that.
So, we typically send them a letter and and we tell them what the potential fines are, and, so far to date, every single one of them complies with whatever we ask them to do.
Very nice. You mentioned 412 pump stations. I know that's a major electrical, because those are both high amps and high wattage pumps. As we replace those pumps, is the energy market driving so that when we do replacement of pumps, that there's a significant change or energy saving in the amps and wattage that the pumps are driving, or is it pretty insignificant?
What really drives our pump selection is the heads we have to battle against to get into the system through HRSD. Now, we do work with Lori and Tom's group to kind of identify the right plan, so to speak, for each pump station. But the biggest driver for us is the pressure that we have to overcome.
Because I don't think many people realize how big the electric bill we get for our pumping stations.
Well, on our gas and pump station, true. On sewer pump stations, if I recall correctly, the electrical bill is under $1 million, and that's against about $50 million a year of sanitary sewer total cost. Those pumps don't operate all the time. If they did, yes, you'd be exactly right. But when you actually look at the amount of time they're not on that large a percentage of the day, so the total bill isn't so high. Reliability and performance has a lot to do with their selection, but we do look at efficiency.
Do all 4 and 12 stations have elevated secondary auxiliary power to operate?
No. So, but we have what we call a tier system, tier 1s and tier 2s. So all the tier 1s, our goal is to have either a permanent generator or permanent bypass pump. All the remaining stations, the goal is to have a means of emergency connection through a portable generator.
That'd be good to know that, because one of the things that when you look at the lessons learned from both Florida, where they talked about the brown water, that was being polite, or in Houston, one of the things always is the ability to reconstitute is dependent on two things, get people back in, potable water supply and working sewer systems. In our place, that means these pumping stations are a critical piece in those kind of events. And obviously, leasing the portable generators to pull up is much cheaper than trying to build them at all the places, but it would be just interesting to know what the plan is. I appreciate that.
The water system, all but one have permanent generators, and it's not a critical facility that doesn't have it.
And lastly, I remember this, and Tom, you may recall, one of the ways we look at it is, I thought our water loss on our system, the difference between what we push out of Morse Bridges and plus what we build was very small. Is that still true? I can't remember the numbers.
It's about 9% typically.
If I remember right, that was below the average of
very,
this.
very good.
Very good. I just
And I
wanted,
think that number got larger after the Gaston project, when we could now, because of the economics, have a flushing program. And so, because before, whatever you flushed from the system, you paid the full total cost of the water to Norfolk. Afterwards, it was just the incremental cost, and the marginal cost of water is only 10% of the average cost of the water. So we now can afford a flushing program, which is very important to water quality, and that's why we're pushing closer to 9% than when we used to be in the 5 or 6% range.
well, I just think it's good for water users to know if they travel around how good our water really is.
It is good.
And it's, sewer and water are the critical infrastructure for sanitary living.
Barbara?
I know there was some question down at Sandbridge about why Sandpiper Road was not being repaved, but it's because we want to finish the sewer project before we do the repaving of the road, because we don't want to repave and then tear it up and so forth. So, but this work will all be finished during this year, right? And then the repaving.
The work is scheduled to begin the Tuesday after Labor Day, and then the heavy construction should be completed at the end of May. So avoiding the summer season, so that they can repave in September of 2020.
Of next year.
Yes.
Gee, I thought it was going to be this year. All right, so.
We're trying to avoid that summer season, so we're not going to, while we're going to bid now, we won't actually start construction until September of 2019.
Now, over here, where you had to put in a vacuum system because of the flooding on Princess Anne Road, and that was done last year during all that closure, is all that complete?
Yes, ma'am.
For this next thing? is-
We're working with the contractor to address the aerial crossing, but the work is there, and it's in operation now.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, thank you very much,
Thanks,
most
Molly.
appreciated.
sir, I'm saddened to tell you, you've caught up on your CIP briefings.
There we
Turn
go.
it back over to you.
Good, yeah, we could always watch the reruns.
Oh, when we start.
All right, city council liaison reports. Mr. Wood.
Thanks. Shannon and I are liaisons to MEDAC, and for the new folks, it's Military Economic Development Advisory Commission, and it's made up primarily of 1-, 2-, and 3-star retired admirals and generals who give their input and insight on things involving the city. And there's a really interesting presentation that I'm going to email or have emailed to everybody or printed, it depends, it's a pretty hefty file, on facility survival in the face of BRAC and things like that, and then what the military is looking for. Some of the interesting things that they're saying now that they're looking for is public safety. So there was 2 airmen who were abducted in Louisiana and murdered, and so the Air Force said to the community in Louisiana, well, you can't keep our people safe, so we need to start looking for another place. So I thought that was kind of interesting. The other concept that they talked about was 4P, So public-private partnerships with two public entities, the locality and the federal government, to get certain projects done to ensure base survivability with BRAC and that sort of thing. And the examples I gave were roadways and things like that going in there. They also talked a great deal, obviously, about flooding, stormwater, sea level rise, and essentially that basically west of 95, nobody's really that concerned about sea level rise, but east of 95, obviously, we are. Talked a little bit about unmanned aerial vehicles and about how, frankly, encroachment issues at Langley are causing some things to possibly be moved to Wallops Island. And of course, that's got its own set of issues with sea level rise. But they're looking at armoring Wallops Island to relocate some things there. But one of the things, and I think, Shannon could add on to this, that I found that was gratifying is, once again, they talked about us being the poster child for dealing with encroachment and how we are the ones to do it. And by the way, this was a joint meeting with the Norfolk MEDAC, so we had twice as many admirals and generals there as normal. So it was a really good thing, and I'll make sure I get the presentation out there, man.
5G.
Oh, yeah, that's the other thing they talk about. Every single one of the meetings, they hammer us about all of the high-tech stuff related to the incoming cables, of course, the loop, and then the consultant who was doing this stuff for Harumfa, the regional facility alliance, came in and talked about how great 5G was, and we really need to work on that. And we said, we're the only community, I think, in Virginia that has 5G going on, and they did not know that. So that actually worked out pretty well as well. Did I leave anything out?
Nope, I think you got it.
Okay.
Okay, anybody else? John?
Well, Shannon and I serve on the Virginia Beach Community Development Corporation, and their audit has started. And Lyndon gave a brief last Wednesday, correct? On Wednesday. And our new board members are showing the curiosity and the inquisitiveness that we hoped that they would. And we're very pleased, and so far it looks like all the cooperation from the staff to get Lyndon what he needs is good, so we look forward to seeing that. But once again, the monthly financial report does show that they'll end up with in a red balance and drawing on their line of credit on their current forecast. And so we look at the audit when it comes. Is a time then to have, I guess you call it the old traditional come to Jesus meeting between the liaisons and the board. What's the path ahead? But we're trying to do what you've asked us to do, and we'll be probably coming to see you and talking to you, and we'll wait till after the budget process is over, so not to overburden our time, but we will be coming to you shortly after that probably with the chairman of the board and some other people to say what's the way ahead, because we're going to need some help from the larger body and some direction as well.
And I think Lyndon said it would take him about 2 months. I think that's what he said, to complete his audit.
Yeah, but thank you both for your participation in that. That's a challenge. Anybody else? David?
May you know, I serve on the, Rosemary and I serve on the RAC commission, Resort Area Commission. They really were diligent at working on finding solutions for the parking problem for Cavalier Shores. Many of you got their letters on each of these proposals. They had several emergency meetings. Their committees had several additional meetings, just to try to find solutions for this. I know they met with the city manager to find alternative parking for the workers and to try to find a solution. So they worked really hard on this, and if you have a chance, please read their letters, and they've been great.
Thank you very much. Aaron?
Finally got a chance to meet with the HRT. Great meeting going forward. They went over their budgeting process. They're about to go into their budgeting fiscal year process in the next, I believe, in March or April coming up as well. They told us to keep in mind that they will ask for more funds for servicing, because City of Virginia Beach, we've asked them for more services as well, as the uptick in services and things that they have basically available through the city, more routes. And they'll be looking at ways to have more proficient routes there, not finding ways to eliminate some of cost effectiveness overhead as well. They've actually, I think they had a hiring freeze as well to kind of show some fiscal responsibility. So they just asked us to keep an open mind because we've asked them for more services. So I think we'll see just a little bit more. They want to show up a little bit more of a commitment from council for the services that we've asked for them to provide us as well. So.
Thank you, John.
In that regard, can they, I know they keep great records by route, can they provide us by time? Because I don't know, I see a lot of these buses going down Haygood Road, because I travel that road a lot, like the tourists, and they are empty, empty, empty. So I'd like to see for these routes, time of day, average riders, because I know they keep that on Excel spreadsheet. I'd like to see that, so as we're assessing it, we know the service we're buying in terms of bus time. I'd like to know the service we're buying in terms of riders.
And this was one of the things they were looking at as well, to see how many riders and what's the best routes to be more proficient in their bus ridership as well, and also increasing that. They also talked about better in technology, going from getting on buses to apps as well, going from just straight changing cash funds that are on the buses, so increasing their rider share. But it was a very informative meeting.
Thank you very much for doing that. Anybody else on liaison? How about council comments? Anybody? Barbara?
A couple of weeks ago, on February 20th, Dr. Daniel McLaughlin from Virginia Tech was here at TCC and gave a very detailed presentation about the work that they're doing in looking at the role of forest as flooding. And since I think all of you missed it, you can see it cablecast. If you haven't had enough from council briefings, you can watch it tonight at 9 o'clock. If you've had too much, in the manager's update, way in the back in the fine print, you'll find forest and flood reduction, and you can see when it's being played all this week. It's also available on YouTube, but I really encourage you to watch this, because when he comes in with the results of this phase of the study in early summer, this will give you the basis for what the analysis was all about and what their findings are at this point. And I just have gotten some very exciting feedback from some of the people who saw it and were impressed at the extent of the scientific analysis and with some ideas of some other applications of this work. So I think it holds some great promise, and I hope you will find time to watch it.
Okay, thank you. John?
Yeah, I got a query from a resident who lives in Washington Square, and this is a matter that's coming before the BZA in April to get a variance from the street setback to build on the remaining 2 lots. So I was trying to figure out just what, this is 1972, this goes back, John Baum days there, Barbara. And so when you start looking at the site plan, which I had to get, and someone fortunately dug up from the records, the motion at the time, this was back in 8/18/1972, when we're still having water and sewer issues with Norfolk, as you may recall. So the motion was to approve 12 units per acre and now 9 townhouse units. Nothing discussion about duplexes, which is what they're wanting to get the variance setback to build on this 2 vacant lots that have only been assessed at $100 a lot for decades. So I got a query on why that is. But it was 403 townhouses and 368 apartments for a total of 771 units. I don't know how many units are in there, so I'm asking for staff, because I'd like, before the BZA takes place, I'd like to know what the real legal status of those lots are relative to what was actually the motion and approved. Are those lots actually buildable lots, or were they part of this subject to 6 acres of recreation as set forth on the site plan, which I haven't yet received, so that if in fact all that is not what it represents to be, then we could provide that information to the BZA. I think that would be important. But if everything is kosher and they just have to make their case, that's fine, but we gotta really understand what happened there. And I have asked separately, Mr. City Manager, for the real estate assessor to go back and look and say what would cause that value assessment, which I've looked myself up as far as I could, to be assessed at such a low level, if it was part of a recreation set aside. But all I have is the motion at this point, and the basic numbers, but there was no provision for duplexes, and that's exactly what they're asking the variance to build. And maybe at some condition, a duplex and a townhouse are one and the same. I don't know, but just a question I would ask at some workshop before, I think it's the 3rd of April, before they go to the BZA, if we could be educated on this, so in case the council thinks that there's something there, we want to provide some direction, a position to take at the BZA, that we could. And I do know the neighborhood is collecting a big petition that they plan on sending to us, so I just didn't want you to be surprised. And I'll share with you through the city clerk everything I've collected to date. But there's an ambiguity there. I'm not saying anything's wrong, but there's some ambiguity there, and I'm just trying to clarify what that is.
Thank you. Anybody else, council comments?
Isn't that in Beach?
Jess?
I just wanted to share, mostly for the viewing public, tomorrow at the Kempsville Rec Center, room 6, there's going to be a Providence Road sidewalk public meeting. I've been hearing, I don't know how much of it's gotten to you all, but I've been hearing a lot about that potential project. There's some strong opinions, so if anybody's interested, it's at 6 p.m. at the Kempsville Rec Center, Providence Road sidewalk project. So it's just wanted to share that.
Okay, thank you. Aaron?
I received a phone call today from, I won't say his name, but he's a military veteran of 22 years, lives in the city, lives near Indian River and Independence, and he's been fishing in this, I guess it's a water hole he found over there for so long, but I think he said the land over there has been sold. On one side of the street it's been sold, but on the right side is still city property. And now the city has put up signs that says no fishing and no, trespassing. You'd be prosecuted as well.
Did you accidentally summon me?
No, I didn't. So this is, I don't know, exactly what we can do, but you have a veteran here who lives here for 22 years, and the guy just goes fishing in a little pond or somewhere. Is that something, far as ordinances that prevents him from doing that? Obviously, there's a sign that says no trespassing, as well. But I mean, I don't really know how to handle this or who.
Mr. Hanson, you think we can look into that?
You have to give me a name and a phone number,
Okay.
Councilman, and that's what I do.
Okay, great. I'll give it to you.
Sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I got something.
Oh,
On
Mr.
a
Jones.
positive note, we had the budget and personnel and budget committee meeting for the planning district, which handles most of the financial issues for both the planning district and the TPO, Transportation Planning Organization. And it was interesting to see that we get this criticism sometime about handling our retirement as well as our health benefits and all. And it was interesting to see that we are one of the cities who is doing the best job as far as health, particularly health benefits for our city. And a lot of that credit probably belongs to Patty Phillips, who was our representative on the OPEB board, and return that they're making on their investments and so forth is very positive. And I just thought I'd let you know that we are doing some things right.
Good. Thank you. That's good to hear.
We're doing a lot of work.
Sabrina?
On February 23rd, had the first part of the small, business forum that we had, and that you came out and gave a welcome. And we had inclement weather, but even with the inclement weather, we had over 70 business owners who came out who wanted to engage with the city of Virginia Beach to get tools and resources to do business with the city and learn how to get contracts with the city. And I'd like to say a special thank you to the staff for all that they did to make it a success. It was very successful. There were a lot of people there from graphic designer companies, pharmaceutical companies, architectural companies and engineers. And they were just excited, to be a part of, this whole event and working with the staff. So just wanted to say, thank you to the staff for what they did. And the next one is scheduled for June 22nd.
Yeah, that was a very well done event, and I can tell by the folks that were there was much appreciated. Kudos for
Really
you for doing
appreciate
it.
it. Yeah.
Good. Okay, anybody else? John?
This is just a notice on March 18th is when the president's budget goes to the Hill. So those are people in NEDAC, since the military is a big portion. All the public hearings will take place in April. So if people are watching that, as a matter of fact, you don't need a consultant or a lobbyist if you watch it, because you can get your own information directly. But that takes place in the month of April, and so you all should be watching for that, because that has major influences. You'll see, per the blogs, you'll see major reductions on the non-defense side, and you'll see major plus-ups on the defense side. I don't think it'll survive much on the Senate, but you can watch it, and if you're trying to see what the leadership is saying, what their initiatives are, watch the public hearings in the month of April.
Okay, Aaron?
Last one, I'm sorry. Monday, 6:30, Bow Creek Recreation Center. It's my first community forum event. I'm inviting you all to come and show up. I'm pretty sure you will like the format. It's going to be pretty different. And come out and share your ideas and discuss and be a part of the discussion. So that's my formal invite to all of you tonight. And Councilman Lewis Jones, I hope to see you there too.
Next
That's a
Monday?
special
Monday,
invite,
6:30.
Louis.
I think I can probably be there.
All right.
So should I send a notice calling a special meeting? Because if there's more than 3 of you, you've got to call a meeting.
Yes.
That'd be a good idea.
3 or more, isn't it?
If there's 3 or more, right.
You got it. Okay, Shannon?
Tapping on to Sabrina's small business seminar, the Minority Business Council's Contractors Roundtable is April 3rd. So for the viewing public that's watching that wants to come and communicate with hiring companies that are ready to do business and sign contracts, they will be there. It's, forget what annual one it is. We've had it for over a decade now, but it's well-attended and a well-put-together event. So it's April 3rd at the Convention Center.
Great, thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah, 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock.
You got it. Okay, Mr. Wood, how about council agenda?
Okay, no planning items under ordinances, resolutions, items 2, 4, and 5. 2, 4, and 5. All have speakers. 2, 4, and 5.
I have a question about 4.
It's gonna be heard. So what's your question?
My question is this the first city, the first time that citizens have been asked to give input on this? Because I know that at one point we had decided to delay this item until we got some citizen feedback and input. And I hadn't seen, I hadn't.
Yeah, we had a public hearing and nobody came.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And the only
No, it's
speaker
ever-
on this is in favor, but he still
Okay.
wants to speak,
Okay.
so. So does anybody have any issues with any of the others?
I'm voting 6. We're not providing any guidance on the budget on anything else, so why do
I'm
we?
sorry, say that again?
On item 6, the opportunity zones, we're not providing budgetary guidance on any other items, so why should that be the exception? So I'm voting no.
I had a question about item 6. No, I didn't really understand what specifically this was doing, and maybe it was my flu days, but I would like for us to have, I mean, did we discuss this last meeting? I think I wasn't here.
No.
Could we maybe defer it for discussion?
We could.
Because, I would just like to talk about it when I'm not hopped up on NyQuil or DayQuil.
Yeah, that might be
Is there were some other concerns on that. Are you okay,
I'm okay
David,
deferring that if we'd
deferring
like
it
to
30
discuss
days?
Item 6.
Yeah, so is everybody okay with that?
You get 30 days or
Okay
just
with
2
that.
weeks?
Defer 30 days. Give us time to talk about it.
I'm not sure if I should say it now, but number 4, as far as voting, I probably won't vote yes on that.
Well,
Without-
we're gonna hear it.
Yep,
Okay.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I think we should make that probably.
Till I get
for
more
public housing.
citizen
April
input.
2nd.
You have so little land, I think that's a higher need than a hotel.
Okay, anybody else, any other concerns?
Well, that's a
Okay.
really good idea.
Good to go.
Okay, are we ready?
That's gonna be my reason why I'm voting no for the public.
Then we talked about this thing?
Almost probably should just do
You know, it's the,
We said we were gonna get citizen input, and we haven't.
I was
we
gonna
got
be
one
my,
hearing.
that was gonna be
Okay.
my comment.
But we haven't
Okay,
had
folks.
additional ones. No one knew about it.
Okay.
I
Folks,
gotta
at
get-
this point, the chair will
gotta
entertain a
have
motion to recess into a closed
It'll be
session
fun, it'll be
pursuant to
quick.
the exemptions from the open meeting allowed by section 2.2 3711A Code of Virginia as amended for the following purposes. Publicly held property, discussion or consideration of the acquisition of real property for public purpose or for the disposition of publicly held property where the discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining positions or negotiating strategy of the public body pursuant to Section 2.2, 3711A3, Beach District. And personnel matters, discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignments, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or officials of any public body pursuant to Section 2.2, 311A1. Council appointments, council boards, commissions, committees, authorizations, agencies, and appointees, and evaluation of appointees. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, could you call the roll, please?
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Henley? Mr. Jamal?
Aye.
Ms. Abbott?
Aye.
Mr. Rouse? Mr. Nygaard?
Aye.
Ms. Witten?
Aye.
Ms. Kane?
Aye.
Ms. Wilson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.